Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, how are you today? You know what? That was an awesome commercial, right?
That was very awesome. I was feeling that vibe. Oh my God.
I guess
Thank
better
you,
late
thank
than
you.
never, though, right? So,
Hey, I say all the best stuff happens when you show up right on time. First of all, thank you for all of our viewers, for all of our, as my really good friend Stacy says, for all of our all-in-ones tonight. It's Freestyle Friday. This evening is for the ladies and for the gentlemen, so if they want to chime in, they certainly can. What we're hoping to do tonight is just spend a little bit of time with you, talking about some subjects that, it's been a long work week. You haven't been able to talk about everything, so we're going to talk about it tonight.
oh,
Aset, my co
well,
host, thank you so much. You're looking absolutely beautiful tonight, so thank you for joining us. And to Benjamin Brand, thank you so much for production tonight. And I I'm your co-host, Tia Marie. So thank you so much for coming tonight.
well, hello, Tia Marie. You look beautiful in pink. I really like you in the pink. I know blue is your
Thank
favorite
you.
color.
I have a blue vibe, but every once in a while,
How
I'm
you
feeling,
can switch
I
it
feel
up a little bit, and your nails look really, really cute. I love that. I think
thank
that is
you.
really becoming of you. So yes, I'm excited for tonight because I'm in the vibe right now, as the kids will say. I'm in a vibe. Do they say that? I think they do. I think that's what I think.
I'm
I'm
feeling the vibe as well.
gonna double check, but I think I'm in a vibe. I'm feeling very sexy. I'm feeling very um grown up and mature tonight.
Absolutely.
No,
And sexy definitely is an attitude long before it's a way of
you think
expressing
so?
yourself physically. Sexy is an attitude.
So sexy. Mm. Well, you know what?
Sexy.
I'm excited about this. So I couldn't wait to get to tell you that, so I'm a single lady
Okay.
and today, with COVID and everything, so you're not really out that much and kind of I'm not anyway, doing any mingling. So I said, I'm gonna go out and just have a little happy hour. So I went to a really nice, I'm not gonna put the name out there, but you know where it's at. A really nice little happy hour.
Mm,
And I'm trying to make the long story short, but this is for the sexy ladies. This is for the single ladies particularly. So
okay.
there's this thing, how we talk about being single, and with some women, and this would be a great thing to have on our spaces. That will this be a really great topic for the spaces? Single women who say men don't come up to them or men are not. Where the good men at?
Hmm.
That should be the next topic on the spaces, right? Where are the good men at? So I'm sitting there just minding my own business at the bar. I didn't really get too much. Long story short, so it was time for me to go and pay my bill. I'm not really telling the story right. Do you have anything to say? Because I think I'm gonna have to take a little time. Do you have anything to say before I go into the story? I need a little. I need
No,
to set the
you need
stage
some
up.
time.
I gotta set
You
the
need to
stage
set
up.
it
Is
up.
there anything?
I think you're starting with a really good topic though,
Okay.
because many of our ladies, first of all, after COVID, it is extremely intimidating to be just what you said. Get back out there, feel good about being out there, and maybe some of the fellas are a little nervous too. I mean, we've all been
Why would
taken
the guys
aback
be
with
nervous
COVID.
though? Why would the guys be nervous?
Well, COVID started to make physical activity, which then impacts flirting and impacts certain body language. You can't see the face, and depending on where you are, you're still wearing a mask. And so there's so much that you don't get to see and say and share. And there are those little connections where you sort of gently touch a woman's arm, or maybe she gently touches yours. There's all this unspoken feedback that is not there. So you're
Hmm.
speaking on a topic that, here we are in year two, post COVID, hopefully very soon, but certainly post major surge. And what does that look like? So I think you're touching on a really relevant subject for the ladies who want to figure this out. Now, I will say, I'll back you up one more. How did you know that you were ready to even jump back in?
Great question. It's either do or die, really, at this point, right? So you're just constantly waiting. So, right? Because it's kind of like playing double dutch, when you're trying to get in, you're trying to see, which way you want to go. But I think I just said, you know what? I do want to meet people, right? And I don't want to go
Mhm.
online. I do not want to do online dating.
Yeah, online is tough. But I think a lot of women are online, but online can be tough because it's missing some things.
But I've done online dating before, so I'm
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'm okay. So that will be another topic. I think we talked about that before. Well, we want to talk about things to do if you're looking to date online. Some of the tips that can help you for better results because I've been doing it for a while. So I do in person purpose meeting
Oh. So
because
what does
you
that look like to set that up first? So is it a phone call? Are you kind of internet chatting?
actually I'm doing
Um,
nothing. I'm going straight cold turkey. I'm going out there. I'm just going out purposely looking attractive because that's important. You have to look attractive. And I'm going to places that I would like to meet men at.
okay.
So
And so as you go out to meet our young men, what are some of those challenges? So, we want to be safe. So, ladies, we are not talking about doing anything that isn't safe. Um, but can you talk a little bit about, uh, that first encounter, or are you flirting a little bit? Just kind of give us maybe one or two tips while we're out.
this actually brings me to, you never heard this story, correct? This actually kind of brings me to my point. You never heard this story because it happened today.
Yes.
So I purposely tried to look attractive, like I want to be presentable to a young man, as you would say, but I like older men. But
A young in spirit.
yeah, young is weird. And so I'm minding my business at the bar. Actually, I'm working on your flyer. Actually, just minding my own business. Now, when I pulled into the parking lot, it wasn't that many cars there, and he pulled up next to me as I was just about to get out. So we kind of saw each other in passing that way. So when I went to the bar, he placed a to go order. So he just had a cocktail waiting for his order to come up. But I'm there to relax and get the meal and get my drink. And we never said anything to each other, anything like that. Hour or two then went past now because I've been talking to a few people around the bar area. Because if you're attractive, people will talk to you. So that's one thing, ladies. Like if you know that you're attractive and you're looking nice, men are going to talk to you regardless. Whether you like them or not, you will get conversation. So it's time for me to cash out my bill. The waiter says, someone got that for you already. The guy that was sitting across from you. And I said, the gentleman that was parked next, well, he didn't know that. But I'm thinking to myself, the guy that was parked next to me, and it was him. So I was like, oh my God, I would have loved to thank him. Just, appreciated that. So I was like, wow, that was really, really nice that he paid for it. He didn't say anything to me. I didn't say anything to him. So it was time for, I'm getting ready to walk out to the car. And he put a really cute note. I have it here. A really cute note. I thought it was really cute in my window, leaving me a little note and his number.
You know what? If I could just say, first of all, that's everything. Just to as a first step, I think the young folks call it shooting your shot, and that takes a level of confidence to do that
That was
because
a
that was kind of classy. I like that,
I thought, and
and it
what
was kind of flirty and romantic, maybe even.
and we never really spoke,
Hmm.
but we had sat across from each other. And he was only there for like a hot second because he ordered to go, so I didn't even really realize that he had left. And you know, hour or two later, it's time for me to cash out, and I was like, wow, that was very good. So I'm talking to the lady.
That was very cool.
Yes, there are great men out here if you present yourself in a very classy way, and that really is that's my point too, because you have to. Even
No,
because I was smiling, because I know, because I was actually laughing at some of the stuff that I was coming up with, some of your ideas and stuff. Because So I was like laughing to myself, and I'm just doing little flyers and everything on my tablet, and I'm just really in the mode and stuff. So I think, and a lot of times men they say they don't see women smiling and laughing and being playful and youthful is important. So yeah, so that's why I'm.
Definitely. So, the word of the week for me, and I was able to share this with a few people, the word of the week for me was being congenial. And a lot of people, don't really think about what that word means or how that word shows up. But congenial is just open, it's receptive, it's bright. And so I think those are really, it's a really great story. I love that.
I did too. I thought that was really sweet. So I do have a little bit of gossip though.
Okay, I'll take the gossip. But then I have a question for you because I know everybody is probably just with bated breath wanting to ask the question. But go ahead and tell me what you want to share.
Rihanna's pregnant.
Oh, wow.
Oh no no,
Okay.
what's your name? Oh no no. So she
Okay.
finally got knocked out.
Is this the first one? Or is this.
You really not. You really don't know.
I'm so out of the scope of like, what are people out there doing? I have no idea.
Can I get some hip people in the audience, please? You don't. Rihanna don't have any children.
Okay, I do not know.
See, that's why I need um like a clip stating, "Hey, what's happening?" So Rihanna is getting knocked up. Well, she got knocked up, getting knocked up. She got knocked, and
Can we
people
say
are saying
that?
she got
Okay.
knocked up by a dusty. So I thought that was
People are saying, what?
she got knocked up by a dusty.
Okay, so can we, for the listening audience, please describe what we mean by that?
I'm on my way, Wale. I'm telling you, I practice your name. Thank you, thank you. Hear me over here talking. I would wish you had been able to come on last time. I've been so busy. I definitely want to come on to your show and I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I thank you. I love your content. This brother has the college called the African War College, which I cannot wait to sign up and learn because I have a lot to learn. I have a lot to learn, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, we over here just talking about singlehood relationships.
Here for the wholesome hot content.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so we are going to keep it wholesome and ladylike. And ladylike. Okay.
I'm trying to be ladylike.
Yes, ladylike.
I be
But thank you so much for joining our show. Thank you
I
for
be watching you.
visiting.
I be
Please share.
these
Yes.
two streets. I do have a question for you. If you want to come up though, we get this off topic. Off topic. He has a show called Off Topics, which I really love. But so yeah. So what's her name? Rihanna is knocked up by the Dusty. You probably don't even know who he is. Asap Asap Rocky, I think is what his
I
name
have
is.
heard of ASAP Rocky, but I always think he's with what's the other young lady with the long nails? Cardi B. Who's her guy?
Another partner. I don't know his name at all, but he is in like a something sector similar. They probably
Okay.
I'm not sure around the same age or so, but yes, I know who you're talking about. One thing I
Okay.
did learn that I'm not hip anymore in terms of music is a rap.
No, I don't.
I'm over
Yeah.
it. No. So to the single ladies who are looking to, especially over 42, because I think that's important. So I was talking to a gentleman there, and he's 65. His wife. Now, remember, like last night, how the men that were. So it was really interesting last night. What? Because I found very interesting about last night is that the men were divorced. The majority of the men that came on were,
Yes.
and they were under 40, and they had been married for quite a while. Like one guy said, what, 15 years? But he
Yeah,
said he
there
was
was there
40
was
though.
15 years.
Quite living.
Um, and maybe because it was just an older crowd that was on at the time.
Yeah.
Um,
As far
but
as
I
the
think too.
mine is Don. Don is my.
Oh, hello. We have someone in the back room. Oh, I
Oh,
think
we
I invited a guest.
I'm
But I was
also.
trying to share the link, so I don't know if I did it right.
You must have did it right. We're going to bring our guest now. Before you come on, guest, the question we didn't even really
Well,
post.
first of all, do you want to be on camera? Right now, you're backstage guest.
That's a great question.
Would you like to be on camera guest? I need a finger up. Give me one finger up or a thumbs down if you do not want to be on camera.
He
Oh, we
says,
got a
oh,
thumbs up. Okay.
so I
I,
did not put in the chat what the question was, but I think we can. You want to go with the question that we had last night, or because I was going to say like
oh,
I was going to go into the topic with the gentleman. He's 65. His wife had passed away like 11 years ago. Oh, I got a caveat to this. Okay, so he's 65. Wife passed 11 years ago. He do not want to get married again. But the men, that we talked to before said but they were younger too. So right, I think that was the
yeah.
gonna be the age
And
difference.
I think there is a time when you're like, hey, because marriage has a purpose. And so maybe its usefulness at his age did not help
Hmm.
at that time. You just never know. I mean, I get it at that age. Hello to our
Oh, thank
guests.
you. Woo! I will have all my
Oh,
sound effects, but right now we're struggle streaming. So welcome to the
Oh,
show.
oh,
How are you today?
I'm fine. You talking to me, Charles?
yes.
Charles, yes, your
Oh,
name didn't come up. Hello, Charles. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. This is Ron. Okay.
Right, I said.
I said, I'm sorry. Okay. Ron.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, no worries. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming and joining us. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Hello,
So,
welcome. Welcome to the show. So,
All right.
Mr. Alexander, where are you
Yes, ma'am.
calling in from, if you don't mind sharing?
Where am I calling in from? Oh, okay. I'm from calling from Forestville,
Okay.
Maryland, Prince George's County, Maryland, the DMV.
All right. Very nice. Okay. So, do
Holding
you
it
want
down in the DMV.
do you want to answer or comment on what the Freestyle Friday question is? Um, do you want to repeat what it is by Aset?
yeah.
Just
So,
repeat the question one more time. Yeah.
yeah, we didn't say it. So here we go to the question. So the
I know
question,
in the house. Yeah, I'm sorry.
oh, no. um, the question is, do black men really want to get married? Is the question.
ah, um, yes, yes, and no, because I got a buddy of mine who keeps running like a track star.
Has he ever been married?
Uh, for the
Has he?
most part, most for the most part, I can't speak for the men here in the DC area because there are more black women, professional black women, than men. But for the most part, yeah, I think most brothers want to get married.
I've
Now,
noticed.
there's some brothers who run away from marriage. It's just more convenient for them. And in my particular neighborhood, I would say 40% yes, 60% no.
Oh, and the numbers kind of show it too. Because I was talking to my
Yeah,
mom about this, and I said, the majority of the men said they wanted to. However, the numbers doesn't show this because men choose marriage, right? Men are the ones who are the pursuers. They're the ones who actually initiate the marriage process. So if this is really true, the numbers are just not there. So I thought that
right.
was quite interesting.
And that will hold up here in DC because, as I said before, in the DMV area, there are more professional women than men, and so you have a lot of brothers who just want to play the field. Everything's fine as long as they're not married. They're not tied down to any one person. And
And
and I'm not saying that that's right or anything, but that's from what I see in my communities, I see weekend dads. See, like tonight, the parking lot is filling up. Okay, and okay, so where have these guys been Monday through Thursday? You know, so and you have women, unfortunately, who will accept that. And I ain't saying that's right. Um, I see the weekend dad come in, and they take care of things. They see their kids. They wave, they talk to everybody, they cut the grass, they wash the car, and then they leave.
You say the
But it's
weekend. What's a weekend dad? I never heard that term before.
okay. So those are the men that choose to live a double life. Yeah. See, when I worked at the State Department in D.C., I had two supervisors on the midnight shift and day shift, and I was on the evening shift, who had two lives. They had a person who lived with them at their physical home, and then another chick on the side. It was that many women they could do that, and they looked at some of these government agencies, buildings as a place to find and catch women, good, decent, educated women.
Oh.
Unfortunately, but it's just and like some of these educated women, all they want is the sperm. All they want is the sperm for the kid. One kid, two kids. That's it. They're satisfied with that.
Are you saying this
Now,
as a blanket statement or just certain percentages?
I'm saying this from what I have observed working in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
And I think he was
It's sad.
describing what
It's
was
a sad fact.
happening
Yeah. Yeah.
with the weekend dads too. I think was the reference that he was giving that.
I'm sorry, Tia Marie. If you could just speak up just a little bit
Oh, I'm
louder.
so sorry. I didn't want to be too loud. I was saying I think he was also referencing what was going on with the weekend dads that he
Oh
described
yeah.
too.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
now the weekend dads, they like again, they show up right on time, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Just don't, they got their daily beat, their daily drum going on, and everything's working smooth. As long as the main missus don't raise hell, he's fine. And then we
Oh,
can,
oh wait,
yeah,
so these men are married? Wait, I missed that whole segment here. These men are
yeah.
married?
Some are, not all, but some are.
Charles,
Yeah.
now you're bringing in a whole nother element in this. I'm talking
Okay.
about single man. I don't want to hear about no cheating married man.
Well, okay.
I
Um,
don't want to look at that right now.
I'm just telling you what I
What about
observed. Yeah.
the good
Yeah.
eligible single
And it's
life?
kind of everyone in the neighborhood knows what's going on. Everybody can see what's going on. It's right there. But
Okay.
everybody, they speak to each other. They're respectful of each other. But we don't really pry too much. And I know these guys, by first name.
Charles, I'm a little bit lost. Are we talking about
I'm just saying that's how the community has gotten used to it.
So wait a minute. So we're not going to say any names, but what we will say would
I'm
be,
not gonna say any
I
names,
think,
but,
but I think he is
I'm just
speaking
saying.
about. But what he's talking about is, I think, a segment of men. And if anybody would like to put something in the chat, we're happy to have it. I know people are watching. I actually am getting some text on my phone from people that are watching on
we're
other
not on
platforms.
Facebook? We're not on your Facebook,
Yeah,
so
that's okay. But I think we're linked into something that's on my Facebook. And I'm saying keep going, but I
Yeah,
want to just distinguish
yeah.
okay.
So, so
your answer to the question about marriage is that some of the men are in this segment that maybe aren't that are married but are doing these other activities, which then make either them being in their marriage not healthy and prevents a woman who would maybe want to be married from getting a real partner because these gentlemen are doing these double life type of things. I think he's trying to
yeah,
acknowledge
and,
that
and, and
segment.
I
Don't
wanna,
get married because we got a bunch of men that are cheaters.
I'm just saying this. Um, okay, so
I need to know,
they don't
Charles.
So the relationship that they are in, they probably themselves don't consider themselves cheaters, and really that's none of the neighbors' business. But uh, they legally purchased a home together. Uh, their kids grow up and go to local schools, and when it's time for them to go, they go to their wherever they came from. So and it's going on. I mean, it's. I'm not saying it's um, that that men should do that, but I would say when you have an abundance, when the numbers are so lopsided, like here in Washington D.C., where there are way more professional women than available professional men, then you get all kind of stuff that happen, including black women dating white men or Asians or Arabs. You
And
you
that's
you
been happening
force,
a lot on the Twitter spaces,
yeah.
these immigrant overlapping.
Hmm. And I'm not saying it's right. I mean, I saw one um, situation where a professional woman was the other woman and had a baby from the number two guy at the fire department.
Ooh, okay, we cannot just be that descriptive,
Yeah,
but
right.
but
But I'm just
but
saying. I'm just saying. But all she wanted was the sperm, the kid, and she didn't really want to be because she was a professional woman, always on the move, always on the go. She didn't have time for a relationship. So, but she had enough money to raise the kid, to have a sitter come in or a before and after kind of situation. So there are women who can get whatever kind of lifestyle they want to have here in DC because they're making pretty good damn money. you know.
well, that came up a little bit in our spaces last night, which kind of talked about the options that women have,
Yeah.
and that in the past women had fewer options, but
Hmm.
people assumed that those were better marriages. And there was a little bit of pushback on that. That those were not necessarily better marriages because they had longevity. Not to say that they weren't, but just the eye of the beholder on a marriage because the
Yeah.
women
And
had less options.
yep. And many of the professional women they keep their name. Um, those who are married even keep their names. Now, I can't say how white men and white women, but I see DC is such an international city. You see all kind of combination of couples. So it used to be predominantly black, but not anymore.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I
and
definitely appreciate. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was just say that for black women in DC, uh, if they're most of them are, I hate to use this word, I would say probably 40% of them are marrying down. In other words, their black husband, spouse is not on the same level as their wife is. And that's okay for a lot of women. I see that in our neighborhood. That's okay. They're breadwinners. They have the fancier car. You know, some brothers don't mind that. They just tag along for the ride. They don't care. They are confident within themselves where they can deal with that. But not all men are like that. Yeah, and I'm not saying that well, here in Prince George's County, black women are rolling. That's all I got to say. They're at the top of every uh, institution, and most of them do have professional black men. But again, it's just not enough of us to
Mhm.
keep up with the highly educated, highly skilled professional black woman.
I think Aset is seeing something. So let's see, which is it
I'm a,
Wale?
I'm,
I'm a Wale,
I'm a
Africa,
Wale. I'm a Wale Africa. You know what? I would
Africa.
love for you to talk to us about this polygamy thing here. I'm not against it. I just find it very interesting. So
You
Wale
have
says,
to.
which is why polygamy needs to be a serious convo in our community because women making more money. I don't know, is that why he
Uh,
said that? But he's listening to what you're
no,
saying, and that
no,
was
but I
I
will
love
say,
his
but
comment.
those women who have children, grown children now, um, over the years, and some grandparents have unfortunately settled on their significant other's lifestyle. So when he leaves, they're good with it.
Well, I
Um,
think, yeah, that's definitely a segment of what's happening, unfortunately, which actually impedes us even having the marriage conversation, right? And to Wally's conversation, I think many people are in polygamous relationships. They just don't know it.
I agree with
well,
that.
right,
They
right.
just don't know.
I
Because
mean,
if the
Definitely
gentleman
agree with
that
that.
you're talking about the guys that they're over here, they're over there, their wives, they don't know. And I think
well, see, that's
that's,
just it.
yeah.
I don't know if the wife don't know. You know, I'm just saying that I think some wives. I remember one wife came into the office, and you could tell she just knew something, and because she didn't cut any.
Sorry.
Yeah, but and I'm not saying that black women put up with that. I'm pretty sure they've had some arguments and don't agree with. But to anytime, look, anytime when a significant spouse is gone 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 days, 72 hours, whatever, there's something wrong with that relationship, and that's not good. So the key is communication. Communicate every day with your spouse. For black professional women that come to DC, hopefully they're married, bring a brother with them, you know, because there ain't that many educated brother up on their level.
Really? So what does that mean? I'm not sure if I'm laughing.
It's well, most of the men are, if they didn't get in trouble with the law, if they on drugs, some of them turn gay, and a lot of them are locked up for whatever reason.
So you're saying a
Then,
lot of our brothers are locked up?
yeah, uh, well, you're not giving black women a fair chance to pick from a pool of talented brothers. I mean, you're lessening the pool for them. So then you're forcing them to look elsewhere. And I swear they don't get into, I don't know, I'm not going to prove, I may say the wrong thing here, but they may adopt other kind of lifestyle.
Yeah. Women are
And
women.
and
Mhm.
right. So if we can clean up, if black men can, I think there's one article where black fathers went back to school to get their sons and daughters straight. If we can get black men to keep their sons uh, on the straight and narrow and educate them, graduate them, get them a job, and become a productive member of society, then they'll make better choice. But then you increase the pool for black women to give them better options to pick from.
Absolutely. We definitely need better options. That's definitely a larger pool of better options. That's why I believe in arranged marriages. That's just me personally. But absolutely.
Well,
Well,
thank you.
now in some countries
Oh,
like
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 1 second. Timmy, you said something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, thank you. We do have some other. I don't know if you can see what I can see. There's some other comments. Let me just go over
I
here.
don't see anything.
Okay.
I posted some things on the side.
Okay. Maybe I'm in YouTube. I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead. So
Yeah.
now I was just gonna say, I do appreciate. that point of view for sure. Um, it would be great. I just don't. What I find to be the case is that oftentimes our some of our children are being taught certain things and they grow up into that, but many of our children are not. So what we leave is they become the people that have to choose from each other, right? Um, so yeah, and for the ladies, I think you identified some of the issues that are happening on the side of the men. It'll be nice to also hear from some of the ladies about what their experience has been, either with those types of gentlemen that Charles is describing, or any other kind of hurdles or barriers to new and healthy relationships.
That sounds great. I would love to, definitely talk to some women and see how they feel about, getting married and wanting to be in a stable relationship, because we talk a lot about what's not good, what's not happening, what you can't get. And I just am an advocate of you asking, you shall receive. So for the women and men that want something, you can definitely get it. Like, there's a lot of other things that's going on, but there's definitely a lot that is going on. And I would like to talk to the people who really want relationships and kind of, really want to make it work. That's kind of really what I would like to see and talk to. What about you? What about you, Charles? Do you meet any people that are interested in meeting in, like, other than the degenerates that's in your community that we just I mean, I'm like, woo, I mean, wow.
And fortunate, even downtown, in a professional setting, it's oh man, uh, you can't believe what you see.
So, what area would you suggest a single woman go to? Like, we're not going to the DMV because this seems like that's we can't go to Atlanta. So, what area would you suggest?
Um, I don't know the demographics for most of the
I got to
cities.
move out the country.
Yeah, but I would say a healthy relationship of someone that you kind of know or met and have at least dated for over a year, that you two got to know each other, and that you discuss everything, from religion to finances to uh, your likes and dislikes and family. Definitely meet the family of each other. Uh, it's still no guarantee that it will last.
Well, see,
You
that's
hope
what
it's
I always tell people, to not look for the guarantee. It only lasts based on what you put into it every
right.
step of the way.
I agree.
So, like one of the gentlemen that we had in the room, he was like, "Well, I want to kind of know in the first 2 years. I want to see all the
I don't
things."
know what he's
And
talking
I was like, "Oh, so you want to test drive the car but
about.
don't buy it?" I said, "No, no, 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 no." I said, "You get to look, you can go around the car lot all day long, kicking the tires, looking
You said
under
I
the
had to wait like
hood."
4 years.
But
How many years was it? I had to wait
he said 2 years before,
before
and
he can.
he wanted to live with the woman the whole time, meaning
What did
she's
he
on
say?
lockdown. She can't go anywhere.
I said I can't date other people. He said no.
He
I
said you
said,
can't
well,
date
wait a
other
second. I'm
people.
confused.
She said you can't. You got to live with him, share bills together. And
And
I'm
that's
like,
how
that
he's
sounds
gonna
like a
decide if I'm
roommate.
dateable, if I'm marriable. That's the only way he can determine if I'm
Marriage
marriageable.
material.
Right.
So
Mhm.
yeah, but 2 years is a little too long, I think.
Well,
If
my thing is, you can take 10 years if you want to. You just don't get to live with me. You can't. We don't share bills. We don't. You can take all the time that you think you need to figure out what you might want. So I was telling the guy, like, I'm so sorry. I don't understand. Because my thing is this. I don't know too many men who are like, oh, you lived with like five guys before you met me, and now because they didn't decide to pick you, then I'm gonna pick. Like, I don't know where that would ever fly. Where a woman could do the same thing, live with two and three and four people while she's figuring it out, sharing bills,
So you
sleeping
want
together.
me to be damaged and no good for the next guy? It's basically what you're saying. Like they're okay with damaging a woman. Now I don't want to say damage, but like they call it body count. Like
Well, I call it
You want
you're
okay
test driving.
to test drive me, but you don't want a used car yourself.
Say it again for the people in the back.
I'm not.
Well, I know some women who like taking care of their men, like buying them suits, shoes, you know,
Oh, she
cufflinks,
ready for a
ties.
son. She needs a baby.
They like their man looking
A
good.
dog.
Right, right. Give them the keys to the apartment, and they're not even married to them. And they will do this for 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
And that
Uh,
lady, so you tell me, can I just stop on that for one second, Charles?
yeah,
Ladies, please stop doing that.
yes.
Ladies, you deserve something so much better. If you have established yourself, please hold on to that until your partner who wants to share in that with you, truly share in that with you. Stop doing that. Whatever you think it is doing while you wait until he decides, you are not doing anything but being the uh, 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 co-applicant to his life. You're just being a co-applicant.
You
So
know what?
anyway, I want to do a quick check-in because actually, thank you for reminding me. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Again, you're on Soulful Fridays with Tia Marie and my co-host by Aset. You can see us on YouTube under Kindred Souls with Tia Marie. Uh, Normally at 8 o'clock on Friday. Then we do Playing Politics on Saturday morning. And then on Sunday is Speak On It is a speak on It Sundays, where we try to have again real talk. This channel right here tonight is about ladies and gentlemen who are in the dating scene. We're gonna say I'll say 30 and up because it's a little different for the under 30s. Like they have a
No.
whole
Mm-mm.
it's a little their dating is a little different than ours because they meet in well, then, okay, well, 40 and up. 40 and up, this is your space. Under 40, like I feel you, and I've got some things for you guys too. And maybe I'll have some other folks in your age range come on so we can talk a little bit about what's happening in your scene. Um, but for the most part, this space is a space of love. It's a space of appreciation. It's a space of celebration. Whatever your situation is, you are whole, you are divine, and you are amazing. So coming to this channel just
Yeah.
reinforces that. So back on the topic. Now, and Charles, you can hang out with us. We're going to try to also. If I have texts that are coming through, so it's really weird. I don't. I think they're on YouTube, but they're asking how do they put something in the chat,
Oh,
and I am trying to figure out
let
how that.
me um let me move over to the YouTube right now. So I do have a question for Charles since he's here hanging out with us. And I'll give me some time here. So Charles, what age? This is the question that I asked. What age do you think men should get married at?
Uh, I would say because women tend to be, uh, I think mothers who talk to their daughters about, the do's and don'ts and stuff. And for guys, when they get to that 18, 21 drinking age, they're still very immature. When they go through college, they still have a lot to learn from 25 to 30. And then they really got a lot to learn from 30 to 40. But I would say that anywhere from 29 to 33 will be a good age to get married. They should be at least working 3 or 4 years into their working career. They should be having income coming in, uh, learning how to be a provider, learning how to take care of his business. Um, and maturing enough so that they would give their significant other the 100% attention that he owes them. That's why I said, but anything below 29, I think is still. I don't think men are ready. Now women might be ready, but I don't think the man is sufficiently ready, and particularly with his finances, uh, confident to be able to uh, see the relationship through. And that's what I think. That's what most black women want. They want a brother who is can hold it down, you know, that they can depend on, and uh, from a religious point of view, have some spiritual foundation for their children. You know, at least go to church once a month. You know, yeah.
At least once a month.
But some brothers don't go at all. You know, that's what I'm saying. Most Americans don't go to church anymore, and that's unfortunate. But we do need some uh, sound foundation to help guide them, to help counsel them when they need counsel.
I like that
I
answer.
would,
That's
I would
great.
agree.
You agree, Tia Marie? I don't.
I would
Well, I
agree.
just have a standard age, but that's. I think that's great. But in order to get to that standard age, you got to talk about both the man and the woman needs guidance, and they need to know what that looks like. People say you gotta know how to do this. You gotta be a man and make this money. Nobody's laying out that formula. As Tia Marie knows very well, how the Jewish community lays out that formula. They set that pathway out. Like they have all of the
Indeed.
tools
Start there.
that you yes that you need to make that happen. And I was talking to a gentleman at today. He called it. I thought he was I think his name was Carl. Conversations. Like he loves to talk to people. And we were talking today, and we said that he's the baby boomer. I think he said he was 65. And I said, well, the young people, it was just the show on last night. I don't know if you got to see it last night, Tia Marie, in the spaces. The baby boomers failed us. That's why my channel got taken down. I'm telling you, that was my last show. The baby boomers failed us. That's why my channel got taken down. I'm telling you.
Oh, the
So,
baby boomers failed us. Oh,
yes, that was my last show on the Fool's Paradise channel. And then whatever. But last night, somebody in the spaces talked about how the baby boomers failed us because they didn't plan anything, they didn't set a foundation, nor did they leave anything behind as a group, as a black people. And the baby boomers, they feel like you can't tell me anything because you didn't help me out in the first place. So now you got these young people trying to figure out on their own without their help, and they're very upset with the baby boomers. So I think
well,
in
so
that
see, I'm trying to think. Is my dad a baby boomer? I think my mom was. I don't think
your
my
dad,
dad
if
is.
your
He's not a
dad's
baby boomer.
he's like a
But
tail
my mom, but my mom was. And what I will say is that two things happened. I think the the several revolutions were happening at the same time. We had a sexual revolution, we had a women's liberation revolution, we had a racial tipping points revolution, and then we had technology all converge and media all at the same time. And I'm really going to give that the from about early 60s until late 70s, where we were still catching up to it. So it reminds me of a time my dad talks about, not that he lived during this time, but he talks about, because he's read a lot of the autobiographies and the biographies of our historians, when people first saw that the automobile was coming out, but the horse and buggy was like what everybody had. That you had people who were resistant, they couldn't really catch up to the fact that the car was coming along. And what happens is that even though we had all of those things happening, people came out of that era very differently. Women came out, I think, the most significantly different in that space of technology, racial revolution, sexual revolution, women's liberation, and the not just the invention of media, but really media being used to determine outcomes. Before that, media was more just for entertainment. In the 60s and the 70s, it began to be used as a vehicle to determine outcomes. Example, the outcome of how many sales that you're going to get with this corporation, or the outcome of a political action or movement, or the difference between policy changes. So
I no see no.
all that was happening. That's what was happening to boomers. And
Well,
so
so I'm a boomer, and yeah,
No,
you're right. We went through the '60s Vietnam protest when King got
you know what
shot.
they say about y'all baby boomers? To sum it
But
all up, as a group, not individually. As a
yeah,
group, not individually, because there's still some strong black baby boomers that's trying their best, but it's very few, and that's the point of all this. Out of all that stuff that was going on, you still had the system of racism, white supremacy.
they did,
I,
but the new revolution, those 20 years
mm,
between 60s and the 70s,
mm,
created apathy. See, you're not struggling if you are comfortable.
Listen,
right.
listen to what I'm saying. They don't care. What you telling me? That sounds real
Well,
good.
No, no,
well,
I understand what you're saying.
But the point is now, okay, so this is what let me back it up.
mm,
How come all other groups, Chaldeans, because we're here in we have a lot of Chaldeans here. I'm not sure. Is it Indians over there in DMV? What's the other minority groups in
yeah,
DMV?
we 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 have a lot of immigrants, a lot of
What
Hispanic. I don't know
Hispanics?
the actual demographic numbers,
Yes,
but
but a lot
I
of
would,
immigrants were able to come in over us. Because we're
yeah,
today now. I know what you're saying. See, I'm not saying it was wrong. That's
mm,
not what I'm saying. But the point is today, we are right now, black people are on the projection of having zero net worth by 2054.
mhm.
Because we got caught up in the system that
So
only had us
yeah,
aspire for
I,
present
I'm gonna
and
stop you right
access
there.
of opportunity and
Yeah,
not building.
again, okay.
What I think the
Now you
question is
got
not
the
how we got here, but
this
what
is
do
the
we do with
problem.
it now? And
Yes,
Well,
right
that
now, they have to take the notion. I remember my daughter said something to me like this. She's like, "Well, Mom, what legacy are you leaving for me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not of the like. I did not come from other than as a body. Now, my father raised me with a legacy mentality, absolutely. But the kids in my generation, so we're right after the boomers, right? They didn't raise us to legacy build because they said you get to have your pie in the sky
that's why they
right
mad.
right
Yeah.
now. And now here's what I will say to them though. Be be so mad that you don't just be mad that you organize, you
Oh,
build,
so
you
this brings me
create.
to my point.
And
This
so
is bringing me to my
absolutely.
point. They are doing that. So now you have the baby boomers coming in chastising them. So that's why this is my whole point. So they're saying, okay, but we get it, but now here you are, you have the warrior section, and we still won't give us no guidance. You still on that BS. You still chasing white tail. You still on a Democratic tail. You still won't back
Exactly.
us up. That's what I'm
But
saying.
that's
Like,
why we have to figure. That's what I'm saying.
and I'm gonna say this
They
too when
may they
we're
may
talking
not get.
to people, don't bring up what they went through because that's gonna infuriate them more. Because what's happening is now is they're saying, okay, we get it because we
No,
get
but
it.
they don't. But that just tells me that they don't get it. I
So
hear
I'm
what they
saying the
say that
baby
they get it.
boomers are not coming. The baby boomers are still on their high horse. That's what I'm saying. The baby boomers are not saying, well,
And
let's
that's
help
what I'm.
you.
But that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Because the baby boomers are. My thing is that I'm explaining why they are, which is why they're not a group that will be able to lead their group.
So what I'm saying
Because
is,
you
let
got
me
to remember,
explain
there's a
why
group in
they are
between the
now.
baby. There's a group in between the baby boomers
So the
and
generation
them.
X is
Generation
almost
X. No,
they
but
almost
generation,
on the same tip because I be
and that's
listening
what I'm
to these
saying. We
people. I'm
already
like,
we already established three
yeah. So
decades ago.
we
We
gotta cut
established
the
3 decades
line.
ago from the 80s.
No more excuses. Is what I'm
No, no, it's
saying.
not even excuses. What I'm
well,
saying is the new group, the young
yeah,
folks, they need to only
Generation.
focus on what they can create for themselves. Because we established, Gen Xers established 2 decades and 3 decades ago that the baby boomers had a different whole setup. They only had at that time to aspire to get us out of the portion that was their portion. Then my generation is required to get us out of this portion. The young people's generation, and that's something that they will learn as they get older. I thought the same thing. When I was in the 80s trying to fight racism and white supremacy, because I'm thinking, like, why the hell am I dealing with racism, white supremacy in 2085? I mean, 1985. That was a major black movement of like black consciousness. And we were like, baby boomers, what the hell? But as I got older, I started to realize every generation is required to do the work of their generation in their
I
portion.
disagree with
There
all that.
is a, oh no, but no, but I don't discount
I
what
don't
they do in
know.
their
I'm gonna be
portion.
honest. That
Oh,
sounds like
absolutely, no. I
every
know
generation.
what that sounds like, but
I'm
I'm gonna tell
saying
you
is
what it
like,
is. It don't matter what it sounds like. I'm gonna
so
tell you what it
So,
if
is.
I can walk into a Chaldean fish market and they got their 10-year-old, 8-year-old son at the cash register,
Who didn't
generation
have anybody trying to
being
kill their
part of
son.
this.
Nobody
Generation,
tried to miseducate their son. Nobody tried to take away their language. Nobody is coming to the community.
and this is what the
They're
generation
not barred
said.
from
Hold
another
on.
community.
Well,
So what I'm
hold on.
saying is for
I'll be right back.
us,
1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll be back. Keep going. I'll be right back.
okay,
oh my gosh.
I
Okay.
agree. I agree with what you're saying, Tia Marie, because I'm gonna do a quick decade by decade by decade because
No, you can't, you
I'm a
can't do a
boom.
quick decade by
I know.
decade.
I can do.
All
I
you can
do.
do is your decade. Do your
Yeah,
decade.
but we went through the Vietnam War in the 60s and early 70s. We had the race riots. Uh, King got shot. Then, JFK got shot early in the 60s. Then King got shot. Then Bobby Kennedy got shot.
Which all
Then
undermine our movement.
yeah, and then Nixon and Kissinger bombed the hell out of Thailand, and we had a lot of black soldiers in Vietnam. Didn't know why they were being there, but it was dangerous. We had no uh, animosity against the Vietnamese, but a lot of brothers went over there, and they come back in the early 70s, and we're starting to integrate. And as we start to integrate, black people who had normally been in predominantly black areas, schools started to intermix with white kids in the mid 70s, in the late 70s. Started to go to young black kids started to go to more white colleges. Uh, their parents started taking on professional jobs, and some of the accesses that they fought for and marched for in the 60s was opening up in the 70s. Uh, in the NFL, more black athletes were going into major league sports, basketball, baseball, and football. And as you say, you're right. Each generation was trying to find a path for their generation. And as technology kept coming in, television news kept coming in, kind of dictating the narrative, then radio, and then in the 80s, more of that. Now, yes, that's probably when you look back and say, wait a minute, we've fought for these rights back in the 60s and 70s. Why are we still fighting for this in the 80s? Each step was a slow, incremental progress.
And I want people, and I want the young people to understand it from the point of view is the way that progress happened. I'm going to show you this. The immigrant comes into town, and as long as they acquiesce to white supremacy and assimilation, they are allowed to rise. But every time we come in, this is what's happening at every
Exactly.
step.
Yep.
And so, young people, I get your fervor and I get your disdain. But first, don't take advantage of anything that you don't feel comfortable, nothing that you are comfortably enjoying has come by accident. It has come by all those people who pushed this far and maybe this far and maybe this far. That's number one that I will say. Number two is you don't know enough about what already happened because if you did, you wouldn't make the statement that nobody had done anything for you. Now, third is yes, those young, older folks that are not understanding that you are asking for help. that you want help and that you need support, and rather than poo poo on what you're doing, they should be trying to find a way to help support your portion of this fight going forward. So I say both are true at the same time, right? You've got to find your space and in your way in which to forge forward. And it is not going to look like my generation or even, as Charles mentioned, his generation. You're responsible for your portion. If you need help, you have to say that you need help. And then I will work on my generation to say, how can we support you? How can we help you? Not hinder you, not stop you, not tell you how it's been done, but to create pathways for you to do what you're trying to do going forward. And I think that's what I hear the young people saying. But I won't let young people poo poo on the portions that other people did while they were also being held back from doing many of those things. And so the work was incremental, the work was slow, the work required a lot of time, effort, and energy. And at the same time, we were having an extremely big technological revolution. I want to let young people know that I hear you, we do support you, and I do want to find a way for us to be in the same space and to lift each other up and not to give you so much grief for what you're trying to do, but at the same time help you understand that you do have to respect what has been done so that you can enjoy the space you live in right now. There used to be a time you and your friends couldn't go to the movies. There used to be a time you and your friends couldn't drive up and down certain streets past 8 o'clock. There used to be a time where you would have to figure out where your brother and your sister were before sundown because they were at risk of being lynched on a daily basis.
Yep.
So I'm not going to let that be discounted. You enjoy your freedom to have even an attitude about what isn't that hasn't been done for you because of what was done for you. So I hear you. I have some of the same frustrations, but I don't take that frustration and just poo poo on the past. I take it and try to figure out how we can move forward. Tell us what you need. Be explicit. Tell us what you would like to see happen. Tell us what movements that you're making to go forward. Some of us will be able to help you. Many of us will not. And that's what's so great about doing your portion. Your portion is not indicative and not relying on our input. It can
That's a
help.
great answer. Yeah.
It can help, but it
And I
is not
like,
relying on it.
yeah. And I like to follow up on that. Uh, kids today get that education. Education.
Will they get a son? Well, I'm gonna push back on you a little bit on the education thing.
Okay.
The education our kids are getting right now, and I work in the education system, is garbage.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
the education is, and just for all my teachers, for all my administrators, for all my principals, I love all of you. My Most of my family are educators. And I'm going to tell you right now, what we teach our children is it relates to what life is for them outside those doors, post secondarily, is garbage. And it's in a system and in a space that is so devaluing of who they are as human beings, particularly Black human beings. And I'm speaking from a Black perspective. I know that there are many non Black students that go on to do all kinds of wonderful things, but the system supports their limited education. I just spoke to a young lady Friday, who last Friday, who said that all three of her supervisors, two of them never graduated from high school, and one of them dropped out of college, yet she has two master's degrees and
Wow.
is underneath them because she's Black, and there's no other reason. Their lack of education is fully
Mm,
supported, and their limited education in the system that we also sit in does
mm.
support them moving on to college and other things. Our limited education does not. And the education our kids are getting about who they are, what they've been around, where they come from, and where they need to go, garbage.
Mm. Wow, that's unfortunate, and that's in the Michigan area. Here in the DMV area, all schools are great. All the public schools and private schools are great, and we have a lot of science and tech centers. That's the latest thing. Every high school now has a science and tech center. Um, but yeah, you're right. If they can improve the education, will help if some parents, do some teaching to their kids on their own, and if they have access to a HBCU, that would be even better. I went to a HBCU in a white predominantly school, and I can tell you, thank God for the HBCUs because you definitely get a different education. And so yeah, if you're in an area where the education is poor, try and find some other areas where you could enrich your knowledge of things. If you can reach out to a HBCU, if you got to go to another state, do it. But um, the key, I think, the foundation for a lot of things is to uh, get knowledge any kind of way you can get it, and
Exactly. That's what I was
try.
gonna say. You get it. Get it
Yeah.
by the other resources because the schools right now, not only are they not teaching it. Oh, Brother Bakari, thank you. Not only are they not teaching it, they're actually working really, really strongly to stop the expansion and understanding of education, specifically Black education and Black history. So, yes, to your point, very much so. So, I don't know if you heard what we were talking about, but I said I know you have to take a little
Sorry.
commercial
I
break,
came in on the last
but
end, but I disagree with all of it.
I know, I know, I know.
I'm coming from a
Uh,
different perspective. That's all. I mean, I agree
yeah,
with you guys. I
yes,
do. But
yes.
Charles don't know my personality. I agree with all of it. I'm just
I like
coming
it now.
from a different perspective because I've been listening to the young. I'm talking 20. I mean, these young. I'm like, oh my god, you're younger than my son. Like, I'm like, oh. I'm listening to the young people, and when older people will call in, they will give the same speech Tia Marie gave.
Uh-huh. Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
it's true. It's true. But guess
so
what? They're not trying to hear none of that.
But
They
that's what
trying
I'm
to
saying. It's
hear,
okay if they're not trying to hear. That's why I just said at the end of the day,
they,
I agree
they
with
want
them.
to be heard. They want to be heard. We should not come
Absolutely.
in. We shouldn't
so
tell them what we think because
No,
we didn't.
yeah, I already said that. Yeah, I
I'm
said
just
that at
telling
the
you
end.
what
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
their
Oh,
vibe.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
when we
so
do approach our young people, this is how we should come at them. Don't come at them saying, "Oh, you should do this, this, and that." Well, you didn't do it. That's how they
No,
look at
no.
it. Y'all didn't do it. Like, so you can't come and tell me what I should go to school because most of y'all didn't go to school. Most of us was at doing this the young people in jail, crack cocaine. This is their era. They didn't
So that's
experience
what that's why I say I'm curious. I
65,
don't think the adults
70.
should.
They experience a different era, but they also realize I'm saying y'all ends didn't recognize what was going on then.
They did, and
what?
that's
Well,
what
yeah.
that
That
is what I
and
want
they
to push back
calling
on.
y'all out or the baby boomers out on that because they're saying, "Hey, you telling me y'all didn't recognize what was going on?"
They
Yeah.
absolutely did, but and that's
Right.
the difference. What I will say to that is they absolutely did, and so did my generation. And we did this much because we were the only group that had this on us, right? We did this much and it was pushed back down. And we did this much, got pushed back down.
Right.
So,
Yep.
yes, they did. But to your point, I get that young folks are saying, I don't want to hear it. Then fine, please go find your way. But what you don't get to, and I'm going to be really extra, you don't get to shit on what's been done in the past, asking for help for the future. So if you have a path for the future and you have a path that you see your way, I personally, and I know many people in my generation, not all, many people in my generation will say, we tell us what you need. We will join you. But you cannot be in that space saying, how come you all didn't? How come? Then they tell you, then you go, I don't want to hear it. Then
Oh yeah,
go
they're
do
not
what
even
you got
saying
to
that no
do.
more. Yeah, they
And
bypassed that
so,
already.
so what
Yeah.
they should be doing, if they're going to do anything, is look for those of us, if they want us, that we are here and we want to help them to do what it is that they plan to do. And I don't have a version of how that has to be done. I'm responsible for my portion, and I want to help anybody else do their portion if I can, and leave behind whatever I can. That's not all of us. There are going to be a rare few because just human nature, tension is what causes change. And many of the people that they name, they're not living in a tension compared to what tension used to look like. They don't live like that anymore. Like I think I told you the other day, when I talk to my professional Black friends about what's happening racially in the community, they're like, what the F? That is happening because racism, just like COVID, racism doesn't show up like heads being beaten, signs at the water fountain, people not being in jobs. Racism shows up in policy and property. Racism doesn't show. If racism was as ugly as it was and visible as it was during the civil rights movement, and that was the last 60 years, I
Mhm.
guarantee you would see a different outcome. But right
Right.
now, racism looks like I still drive a nice car like white folks. Racism looks like I still live in the neighborhood with white folks. Racism still looks like I go to school with white folks. So it doesn't, there's a different, there's somebody that says that they wanted that old school racism, the kind you can taste and move around your mouth like a fine wine, as opposed to the racism of today. And so I will say, I will push back on young people and say, no, we knew exactly what you know today. You are baby new woke, is what you are. You are baby new woke. You just found out that racism actually affects your ass because you're out there on your own or you're out there in these real streets and your comfortable life is no longer comfortable. And so you are having a come to Jesus moment and trying to understand who you are in those
Sounds
situations.
really condescending. And I
I'm
hope
not,
But
you never tell a
oh,
young
I
person
would
that. I hope
absolutely
you
tell a
would
young
never
person
tell
that.
them
I
that.
would say, you are baby. I told my own children, you are baby new work.
We're not
Whoa.
talking about your own children. We're talking about young
Well, I'm
people that's
saying
trying to make a
that's
yeah,
what
move.
I tell all
I
young
What's
think
people.
wrong with y'all old folks? See, y'all coming in this. I'm gonna know. Y'all need to cut that out.
No, what
I
I have said to young people is, I
what are we
want to
talking about?
help
I
you,
thought the
but I
topic
won't.
was about dating.
Well, it is about dating, but you changed it to the
I
racism.
know I didn't. Y'all
but
know I didn't.
You
but I
did.
hear understand what Ra said
We
saying.
were not talking
Yeah.
about
I,
young people. You said the baby boomers don't like what the old folks are doing.
Because y'all was talking about old people and y'all what y'all went through. So I just
but
I said y'all went through. You keep that.
No, I fully support young people, but I do not support them shitting on old people to achieve their
See, and
goals.
don't take it
right.
like because that's what a lot of the old people called in and said. I'm sure I was going to
But if they don't understand the
don't take
context,
it that way.
but if
Don't
they are, but that's what I'm saying. That's the only way it can be
just let
taken.
it
If
go.
you say, "How
Yeah.
come you all didn't do X?" You have no context. People
What I
were
think
doing
is what we
X.
I think what will be honestly if everybody would just if the old people would just listen.
Yeah. And can I follow up on that? Uh,
Yes.
what you were saying is true. I mean, everything, every generation did their part. It was not done in vain. So there was some progress made. But I have a nephew out in Oakland, San Francisco Bay Area, and he's an educator, and his daughter is an educator too, and he's like 40 years old now, and he teaches. He go into downtown Oakland, into downtown San Francisco. It's called Education in the Hood, and he listens to the young kids. He has professors from San Francisco University come and teach, talk to them, and they give a street education. They give an education that he responds to, and he's written two books on that.
I
And and,
really
he,
like
and
that.
he's really reaching to the kids from hip hop music. He had on one. I was in one Zoom meeting with him. He had five professors from San Francisco State
You
University
know what?
talking to the youth in downtown San Francisco, and yeah, the young kids they have a different way of learning. They get their information from their phone, social media, and
Because they
so Rob has tapped into that, and so he has taught his class and designed his class to meet how the kids receive information.
And I,
And
and yes, and I just
yeah,
wanted to let Tia Marie know specifically because I know she has a lot of information, but I'm just asking for all of our older, myself included, when we get encountered with those type of young people, to not even tell you how if they telling you f us and we ain't do nothing, just sit there and listen because we can at least sit there and take it. We can at
yeah,
least do that and listen to what they're saying because there's nothing but hurt. It's nothing but no one's listened to them before.
right,
Nobody listened to me. Like, cause I'm in that last generation X, Zennial, Millennial area. Like, I didn't get that for me and T. We talk about this a lot. I feel like I could have had a lot. I should needed mentors. I needed all of that I did not get.
uh-huh. Well,
It was awesome. a system set up where I couldn't get it too. But what I'm saying is, but there were still people that were out getting degrees, out doing all this. They didn't reach back to the neighborhood like other communities do, purposely, like a
No,
purpose.
you talk about, and I know I have fellow colleagues who are like that. No, you're absolutely right. I
Because
know
I
people.
ask
Yeah.
you, like somebody say, okay, if your father or mother got a car, a home, or whatever, what are they doing to invest their money? To make sure they still in their 60s, you might be in your 30s or 40s. What is those parents doing now to help you still? And usually it's nothing. So it's not like we're not talking 1965 or 70. We're talking about today. Why can't we pull all our resources
So your
together
question
today?
is,
We
Hmm.
already know what the problem is today.
no,
Hmm.
The
so
baby
what
boomers
their
made
question
up the money
is,
is
so if, let me understand. They want to be able to say, how come y'all didn't fix racism? Here I
no,
am
that's
in
not no,
2022.
no, that's not no, not at
Okay.
all. But they're
Do they
asking
want to be able to
where
say,
is how why as any child would ask who's looking out for me.
so when they get when they get the answer, they
It's never
don't
a good
like the
answer.
answer.
What's the
But
answer? I have
if they
racism.
don't, I'm just dissecting it.
I'm
I'm
just
trying to
telling you because it's okay.
okay.
In 70, 80, you couldn't do shit, but now you can. So now what?
It's
Y'all
because
still got Cadillacs,
trying to
still
Well,
trying
driving
to
Cadillacs, y'all still doing this. I mean, come on. Okay, yeah, you didn't know then, but now you know. You know
no,
plenty of people that
but
had
each,
money and didn't
what,
invest in their kids. Come on
yeah,
now.
what I'm trying to
You
say,
know this.
what I'm trying to say is that each generation did some part.
Some, but
The
not as
scourge,
a
right,
group.
right, but the scourge of racism pushes you down every
And we know
generation.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. And the last year was the perfect example of the scourge of racism. All these
And we
shooters,
know
black
this.
brothers and sisters. Yeah,
Know
and
this.
and
So
so,
now it's time to do something. And that's what the kids saying.
right.
We know it. Y'all didn't see it in you know what the kids said yesterday? They said, y'all ain't did shit in 100 years. This is ain't nothing new. They
Well,
said, I mean, it was a different, it's refined.
yeah.
These are 23
Well,
year olds.
yeah. But
I mean,
I,
we
I would,
ready.
yeah, I would say to
Let's
that
keep it real,
that
y'all.
that
I think we're
each
so high minded, we don't want to accept
right.
reality.
I'm
We
not
fail.
disagreeing, but what I'm trying to figure out is then why are they talking to old people at all?
No, the old people coming in talking to them. That's what I was saying. The old people coming in, they're not
Okay,
even
and I already said that
old
old
people
people
coming in talking to them, and then they
and
coming
what
in
I'm
chastising them and
saying
saying, "Well, we had racism, and we had." They saying the same thing you said. They don't want to hear that shit. They
so
want to
what
hear
I'm
what
saying is that there is no middle ground for us to have a conversation
it is. No, see,
because
and that's no. It's
because the older people part
it is middle ground. The middle ground is this: sit and listen to what they're saying. Let them air it out. As a
Mhm.
parent, you let them tell you what they mad at. So now we can say, okay, what we can do.
you
Let them
just said
air it
that they
out.
don't that what
Okay.
they say when they're mad. So
Humble
they say y'all didn't do shit for
and
a
say,
hundred
okay,
years,
you're right.
and say
Yes, you're correct.
and
We
I
did.
agree that some things did not
It's
get done.
okay to say yes, we were wrong, and let's
No,
fix.
this is what I'm going to say.
Okay, okay. I mean, it's okay to say okay. I did wrong, regardless of what I feel and regardless of what you feel. These are 23-year-old children that we need to back up 100%. Fuck your
I
feelings.
agree with
That's
backing
what
them
you
up
say. My brother said it's your
100%.
couch. Your
But the extra but the older people still like how is that a
now,
conversation
for now,
that
because we're grown, we understand this is not. This is because they're hurt, they're
Well,
lost, they're looking for guidance from you. They're not looking for reformation and telling you what excuses.
I keep saying 100%. The
Just
people
say
who
okay,
come
you
into
got
their
this right
space,
now. I don't know why you
my
keep
nep-
pushing
my,
on.
my nephew would have been perfect for this conversation
I'm listening right to
because
you.
he
I'm
teach
listening.
the kids. Yeah.
I am
um,
because it's like my
yeah.
son come and say I'm mad you didn't do it right. You're right, son. I could have did better. Let's say if he was all wrong, let me let you know this is a safe space to come out. I'm the mother, right? I'm the older person, so I need to be there for you. Because once they know that they're secure enough to be vulnerable enough to you to cuss your ass out, then the healing is going to begin. That's the way it works. Nothing
Well,
has changed.
I would say this. Um, what I was faced with as I was getting older and raising my family. Uh, I always said to my dad, damn, Dad, this was in the early '60s. Why you leave your good government job at the Pentagon? He was the only black in the office of general counsel because they were treating me poor. They, you know, I had to get out, and too many black people were getting lynched. He left the government to become an NAACP attorney.
Can
Then
I
he
ask
was
what
he,
year this?
then he received threats.
Can
He
I ask
won.
what year around
Yeah,
what year this is?
this was in from the '60s to the '70s. '73, he won two Supreme Court discrimination cases. He received all kind of threats. We could hear our mother and father fussing and fighting. I didn't ask for all this. But he had the Ku Klux Klan coming in. All of North Virginia. Virginia was terrible, horrible. But that's what he could have kept his good government job, but there was so much discrimination going on. King had gotten shot. First Kennedy, then King, then Bobby Kennedy. He had to leave government to take on the NAACP. There were so many. I kid you not, Ra. There were NAACP attorneys in all 50 states, all receiving threats. There was that many discrimination cases. So when you gotta battle a hill like that, it was dangerous to be an NAACP attorney. And they got through it through the '70s. Things start to integrate more. Uh, you saw more black athletes in the NFL. You saw, in the '80s came up. Yeah. And then that was a time too in the early '80s when South Africa was getting ready to liberate and Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. You had a black power movement in the early '80s. Um, then you had a disco period, as people were starting to get access to jobs and things and material wealth. Yeah, they kind of took their eye off the ball. They started to enjoy life. Now, they sent their kids to school. Now, at some point, teenagers are supposed to take some responsibility on their own. And that's what my nephew is doing out in San Francisco now. He's meeting the young kids who get their information from social media and who have a different worldview. And you got to go meet them where they are. Meet them where they are. And as you said before, listen to them, and
Is
then
this
try and change, adapt your education to educate them. You can still educate them, but it's still the scourge of racism. It's still there throughout the '70s, '80s, '90s, 2000, 2020. The
and I think
scourge of
it's
racism.
also important, and I'm gonna push this, and I will be an advocate for these young people. They
Mhm.
get it. They understand that it is racism, and what they understand is that it takes numbers, it takes power to now these kids, Tia Marie, are talking about Neely Fuller, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. These are the young 20-year-olds that's been in these spaces on Twitter this past week and a half.
Oh yeah, my
They
generation. Like I said,
understand.
this doesn't start. I
So these
honestly
kids
don't
are
believe there
not.
was ever a gap in
They
those who want to
understand.
seek and understand.
So they
But I'm
looking for us to say, y'all ain't even got to give us the history lesson no more. What we gonna do? Like that's where they you ain't gotta go down the list. We understand that you guys have problems.
absolutely.
What's happening now, and they don't want to hear. That's why I was saying they don't want to hear all that. Like they want to hear where you at because now these older people are still saying, "Well, we had to do this." You don't think these young you don't think
But
these young
this is
people?
what I'm asking though. So they just want to be heard. They don't want anybody else to be heard.
Oh, see, I don't know why you taking this position right
No,
now. It
I'm
ain't
trying
about
to understand. No, I'm trying to
right now.
understand.
Right now, it's not
All
about
that they no, what they want
what
then
they want
is
is to be. They want to
they
replace the
want
system
to have a place to
with
be
supremacy.
heard, correct?
And in order to do that, it's going to take a
And they
collective.
want us to be able to help.
Mhm.
Listen, like you want them to listen to us. It got to go the
No,
same
no,
way.
no. What I said is I'm just keeping a list.
Well,
The young people want to be heard. Heard is the first thing that I'm writing down on my paper. The second thing is they want help. Am I off base?
Guidance, help, instructions.
And the third thing they want is
I'm going to say, even what Charles was talking about with his dad, how all the things that he had to go through, those things that we need to talk about because you know how we try to collect data on how to combat racism. Because if we had more lawyers like Charles' father, but that lawyer, what we always say, they need support. They need that backup. Like you got people that's willing to go into the line of fire, but they need that backup. So they want to be able to build a team like that in all areas of people activity. Like these kids understand that we need economics, education. Like they own it. So all of this, they don't they on a whole nother level. They're not coming down like, oh, we have it. No, they get it, and
So
they
the,
because
so
they
the
see
third
other
thing,
races doing things, and they understand that we don't get the same treatment as other races because we're black. They
so the
understand
third
that
thing is they want to build
we got to be one. We can't be
group
separate.
Yeah.
economics.
We
Okay,
I
can't
honestly,
be
so
yeah,
separate. We gotta be one. We can't be no. I'm the teacher, you the leader. Nope, they teaching us, and it's like everything is going both ways. It's no hierarchy in this. It ain't.
absolutely. But if I
It's
don't
not.
understand what you are saying, I'm just
You
asking so I
just
can
gotta
understand what
listen.
you are
Yeah,
saying.
you're just gonna have
I
to
can't
listen.
ask any
yeah.
questions.
Not right now, no.
I'm
I,
asking you.
I
I'm trying
know.
to ask
Oh
you
yeah,
the
but
question.
yeah, for me, it's like I don't know because I'm learning with them too as well. So I'm just trying to give it. They want to replace the system of racism, white supremacy. They got goals. They know what they want. They just need us to back them up at this point.
Okay, and
And I
if they
would
don't get that back up, what are they going to do?
they said we can chew gum at the same time. They understand they got more than one problem. Like this is they got more. They understand this, so they're going to try to tackle it as logical as they can without emotion. So this is kind of where we will come in at and maybe
I don't
give
know
some.
how they. I don't know how they can do that because
So let's
humans
say
do
if
have
they
emotions.
great example in the political ring. So they want to vote properly, right? So say we can provide, like you were telling me about when you vote in the county, you need X amount of dollars to do this, X like that. That's what they would need from us. The expertise that we've been doing. How to fill out applications. Maybe we might get some people that know how to fill out applications. Maybe we
right.
need some people that got trying to start a business. They don't know the 1, 2 steps to get there. That's what they need from us. Not
Absolutely.
know what you want. No,
But I guess I'm making the point of
I
in
don't know.
order
Maybe
for
your
and
disposition about it.
you don't like my disposition about this is
No,
what
I'm
I
just
do for a living.
the only reason why I'm saying this is because other people have came into these young people groups with that same disposition. And it was more like they trying to like like
Let me
it
make a
wasn't
distinction. Let me make a
trying to
distinction for
help.
you.
It's more like
I
I'm
will
coming
make
to tell you why I messed up. Like that's
no. I
how
will make a distinction for you right now. Okay, let me make this distinction for you. Let me be extremely clear, and I think this happened the other day as well. We're in this space talking to each other. But then you switched up and said, well, this is not what we're going to. And I hear you. I agree. I don't speak in this way, but when we started with this conversation, we talked about what we were doing and we were talking about boomers. If the switch now is we are going to just be talking about how would Tia Marie talk to young people, then I will tell you how to talk to young people. And it's not much different. It is, oh, when I just had a person that said, I don't want to vote. I'm not political. The first thing I said to the young man was, how'd you get here today? He said, what do you mean? I said, did you take a road to get here? He's like, yeah. I said, and when you came into the building, did you trip over anything? Were there any cracks in the sidewalk? Were there obstructions in your way? No, I said, okay, that's political. Policies determine that in order for you to walk on this property, there have to be regulations to ensure that that sidewalk is smooth, is
Mhm.
checked regularly, and replaced when it's damaged. That's politics. Politics, the center of politics is policy. So please, young man, don't say you're not part of politics. Let me explain to you how you can get involved in politics. But we're going to remove I'm not about politics from our vocabulary because what that says is that you're not engaged in how your life operates.
Right.
And
And I
so
agree with
that's
that.
why I do talk to young people. But that wasn't what I thought we were having in the conversation that we were having. So maybe that's the part of the disposition that you not
But
care for. I
all,
absolutely agree with you.
yeah,
Thank you.
all kids, adolescents, young adults, they do have a civic responsibility, and maybe they should learn from that first, where they live. in their county, their schools, the hospitals, the stores, they do have a fundamental civic
But people want to
responsibility.
teach that to them though, and I can think too. Like if you don't even know you have it, like what? See, I mean, when
So
you
that
first
so that would be
the
so that would be
Rotary,
the beginning.
I'm
That
like,
would be
what
the
is
beginning
a
part.
Rotary? This we our
Yes,
part. And when I
yes.
went into those spaces, all I did was drop information that I knew, and they was writing it down, and I
And
stepped
I
back.
just want to know there's a couple
They
things in the
say
chat.
something.
I'm getting so terrible. We're forgetting about our full audience, guys. So let me just reset the room real quick.
We
First
set.
of all, to our audience, yeah, my daughter is saying, what was the topic again? Um, we are going to reset the room real quick here, everybody. First of all, thank you, Aset, for being my combative co-host. And thank you, Charles,
Should I
from the
change my
DMV.
name? Should I go?
Thank you, Charles, from the DMV, for being so kind and joining our show and being a regular viewer of ours and fan, I hope. And then I want to just make a note in our brother Bakari. Thank you. He's putting down that his son is a freshman at Jackson State University. Way to go. That is awesome.
I
We're
love
rooting for
that.
your son and your family. We also want to, let me see, what is the topic? It's freestyle
So the
Friday.
topic we didn't really
Okay.
have a topic. Oh,
And I want to thank all of our viewers. Looks like we're up to quite a few this time around. Thank you guys for staying up late with us. We are going to
they didn't get to
try
hear
not
about
to
my
go
dating
too late.
experience.
But yeah, so we started on dating. This is, but you know what? This is par for the course because whenever you start with dating,
I want
you
to
guys,
talk about dating. I
for
don't even
us,
want to talk about all this. Like,
no, I
dang,
know, but for us, the dating and the lifestyle are always affected by racism. And if we're going to be honest about what we're
it's
dealing with.
true.
So, to reset the room, first of all, young people, again, I will say to you, I am ready to help you. I am ready to see how we can be more supportive to you. Um, what I would like to see when we engage is a brave space for all parties in that space, so that sometimes the language you use and the way in which you use it cause you to not have the help that you need, as well as I will say to the older people that when you have these young people in your space, there is a read the room moment. And so I think there needs to be grace on both sides to come to the middle of that conversation, to the middle of that conversation, so that they both can be heard, because I do believe people should have voice. And I do believe our young folks don't either know how to use their voice because they don't have a lot of space to do so, or when they're given the space, they just don't feel supported. So I do agree with you. They should be heard and supported. But at the same time, we don't also want to create an atmosphere where anybody gets poo-pooed on. We all made mistakes. No one is sitting here going, every civil rights movement, every civil rights, and every effort into anti-racism was the best effort, or enough effort. But we do want to acknowledge those that made any effort, because it is why we all sit here today. And so I
I'm gonna
think it
make
has to
a
be
note of this,
truthful.
and I'm going to bring this back up on your Speak on It Sundays.
That'd be fine. Yeah, I'm totally for that. I'm for that. There has to be a middle ground. And I make sure that this space is always open and welcome to young people who would like to share their point of view. I had a really great uh, what is it, Twitter Spaces the other night, where we just talked about Black love, and I think there is a lack of that, which is where all that tension comes from, and maybe that feeling of not being heard. Um, but we do have to come someplace in the middle. I don't know that we reach where we're trying to reach, being so far on one side and just saying nobody ever did anything. That just tells me the confusion and the delusion of what they are currently in. And then no one should be coming into the space going, but don't forget, we did everything. Well, no, because the young people are saying that there's some gaps and they're affected by those gaps. So I think this is a both and not an or conversation, which thank you to my dear friend who knows who she is. This is a both and. This is, yes, both are true. They don't feel like they got enough support, and maybe there were some folks who didn't support them enough, And there were people who were in this fight tirelessly, who never stopped being in this fight, who are still in it today. And there are young people who are trying to find a way forward and still don't feel supported by the current people today or of the past. All of that is true. And all of that is what we're going to have to work through in order to do the real important work, which is eradicate racism. So that's the most political answer I can give to, to be fair, and which is what I hope, which is what justice is about, is being fair. Um, I am seeing that I believe, and I'm not sure, hold on one second. Let me see this. Get into the room. This is the housekeeping part. I can't do both.
Oh, you can't do both. You have to learn how to multitask. Like, I mean, like,
I know. I'm getting. She
I
wants
mean,
to
over
text me.
here, like, it's a skill. I'm telling you, you have to. It takes time.
But I will say part of it is that this work, first of all, I want us as individuals to understand and measure the work. And what I mean by that is understand to what degree is your portion. I cannot describe that enough. I think we, in our effort, including myself, to save the world and change the world, which we all have a role and a responsibility to do, we also must be measured in our ability to do so and understand that it's going to take a lot of input and a lot of output in order to get there. But I don't want to overwhelm us in not understanding that we have to do our portion. What is right in front of us today, plus what's ahead of us, has to be in our purview. And I think of it like playing chess. There are many pieces on that chessboard, and everybody's got a different responsibility on that chessboard to protect, in this case, the king. Is it the king or the queen? It's king, right? To protect the king. And in order to do so, it's going to be a lot of moves. You're going to lose a lot of pawns. You're going to lose a lot, but you're going to gain a few things along the way. And it is an ebb and flow, and it does not get there if we're just only wanting to point the finger in any direction. The moment that you are in a position to say what someone else didn't do, please start with what you didn't do first, because that's usually where you're going to find the most ability to move forward. Because you're only responsible for what you can do, not what someone else did, not what someone else didn't do. And once you hit 18 in the legal state of adulthood, it's you. It's all you. It's all you right now. It's all you going forward. And you ask for the help that you need and you look for the resources that you can leverage. But it's going to be difficult and it's not easy, believe me. I felt a lot of that when in the 80s, I was coming from my parents. I was just like, wait a minute, y'all know about racism? I'm like, this what y'all handed me? Like, it's been 20 years. Education's the same. Employment is seemingly the same. But then I started to also mature and realize, okay, there's more to this eradicating racism. And we got to come at it like 100,000 armies and not just one.
I thought, yes. Charles, you want to say anything? I don't
I,
know.
I would say I agree with everything that T. Marie
You
just
better
said.
agree with me.
Uh,
I'm just
I truly do. I get Ra Aset's point. We sit back, the older generation, the elders, sit back and listen to the youth, guide and help them financially with the knowledge when they need it, when they ask for it. Because I know racism today probably looks more sophisticated. It's different from some of the racism we faced in the past. And last year you couldn't tell because it was right in our face with it. But
Mhm.
um, they're experiencing a racism and a ceiling that they're trying to break through, which is different from the ceiling that we tried to break through. And I honestly believe if we listen to them, I think in the long run, the youth will come back to the elders and deliver.
I
I have
1,000%.
confidence that the youth will
Got
deliver.
to. Like they're yearning for that. You hit it right on the nose, Charles. I mean, really, honestly, they want that. Like they want to be guided and also show that we got this. Like this passion that they have right now. These young, these are men too. So these are young. I told them I'm so proud of them. These are men.
Mhm.
They said the spirit has been woken up in us. And I was so happy to hear this. And we have a Taylor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes. Now, my topic was about love, but we didn't get all off into this other stuff. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are y'all doing tonight?
Okay.
So the reason why I popped in is because there is this battle of the old school versus the new school that's always been evident. But me being a young 22-year-old in this world and having my mother's wisdom, my aunt's wisdom, my grandfather's wisdom, all the people that came before me, their wisdom and their input. At first, I might be like, oh my God, why are you talking to me right now? But then over time, you start to see, like, oh wow, this is why they said this, because something happened. And then what you also start to realize is that they're speaking from experience. They're not speaking to you just to say, do this, do that. They're speaking because they've hit their head or bumped their head multiple times or failed forward multiple times, and they're trying to keep you from making the same mistakes they made because they see something happening before you even see it happening. So yes, I would say that the older generation does need to listen to us more because we're aware of what's going on around us and we are making changes. Um, and we're making things work for us. Whereas I feel like the older generation was just trying to make things work just to get by or just so they wouldn't be bothered so much. But we're making changes in the corporate aspect. We're making changes in just justice. Like I think somebody said earlier about like social media, how that is getting a lot of things done. Um and so yeah, I just want to say like yes, the older generation does need to listen to us, but also we need to listen to the older generation because again, they've been through it already. They've been there, they've done that. And like I said, it's sometimes it is pushback, but I think there's pushback on both sides equally. Because sometimes older people don't want to hear someone that they look at as like a child or someone that's younger than them. They don't want to listen to what they have to say. But I would say if we removed age out of it completely, I think there just needs to be just a level of respect on both ends, and there needs to be a level of being able to hear each other out because at the end of the day, all we have is each other, and we can only learn from each other. So it's no point in yes, you can disagree, but where's the solution? We need to always have the solution, and we don't need to be like, well, you said this, and then you said just going tit for tat. It needs to be, all right, this is what it is. What's the solution? How do we move forward? And that's kind of all I wanted to say. Me being a younger generation.
You said now when you say younger generation, what generation are you exactly, Taylor? Are you
Honestly, I think I'm
I was looking it
millennial.
up.
I'm at the
No, you're
cusp.
not a millennial.
She
You hear
is.
me
It
No,
before
changed.
no,
Did it
she's a millennial.
change?
No,
we
no,
hear
you're a
me
millennial.
she millennial?
Her and
That's what I
Tracy are
thought.
millennial.
I mean
Yeah.
I'm looking. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Millennial is
Tracy's
no
at the top and Taylor's at the
she's
bottom.
a Gen Z.
No, Cameron is.
Millennial and
I hear both of those. I hear Gen Z and
it
millennial, but I
says
think I'm millennial.
I'm looking at a few of them. I think you're right on the cuffs like me. I'm not a Gen X.
Yeah, yeah. I'm right at
I'm
the
I'm
tail
not
end of
claiming Gen
millennial.
Xers. Oh no. I'm a zennial. Okay, I'm right at the end. They call us zennials.
Wait
I'm
a
right at
minute.
I
What?
love that.
the
I love that.
Are we right before the millennials and right after the Generation X? I'm right at that. They call it zennials. So,
So
because I don't,
Taylor's at the end
But
of
even
millennials.
but
she's at
even with that, like
yeah
that
at the tail
that
end.
is your own power. Like that, you get a different perspective on things. Like
Totally different
it's all
perspective.
about perspective.
Yes,
Me being younger,
Whose
I
daughter is
have a
that?
different perspective
mine, mine,
than
Whose daughter is
my mom
mine.
or my granddad's perspective. It's all about perspective and what I like I said from when I was younger, I didn't want to hear nothing. Nobody was saying because I was grown and I knew everything. You couldn't tell me nothing. But as I'm maturing, and I am coming from a place of just listening and hearing someone out, now I have a different perspective. I see things differently. I don't let things like having debates bother me or I get upset. I just hear what someone has to say, and we don't have to agree. That's the other
Do you
thing.
think that
You
comes
don't
from your background, Taylor?
me like
I
how
listen,
I
I listen to your uncle, your mom, your dad, like or your granddad. Like I listen. You don't think that comes from your
Yeah,
background?
just a little bit.
Just a little. I mean, because she comes from a background, a lineage of debaters.
I do. I
No,
definitely do. I
Definitely
definitely do.
do.
they had some influence. Yeah.
I mean, really, because I listen to your mom and I just tell her like I don't know how you do this. I wouldn't be able to. No, I come from a background of kick ass and ask questions later type of situation. So
Well, we've been professional debaters, I think, our whole life. My first
yeah,
debate took place with my father
as I said, she come from a
and my
line of
brother
debaters.
and my. But it actually it's a space of love. I mean, we don't always agree, so it's not debating to agree. It
But
is
people see
it
it
is
that
it
way.
is well what I talked about is that most people call an argument, so we can talk about that too. Most people go, I don't want to argue, and I
I
don't like
want
to
to talk about
argue.
love, right? Really, honestly, because it's 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah.
I can't stay long.
But you got to have trust to have love. So, and if you don't have trust, you're getting off to a rocky start.
I want to end on this. I have a one answer question. It's only you only get one answer. Would you rather have love or loyalty? You can't say it's the same thing. Love or loyalty?
I would
That's
rather have love because I'm a Christian person, and that's what I grew up on. Love conquers all, and loyalty can be easily manipulated, and could lead to uh, a following and a belief system that can be corrupted. But love, you can defeat your enemies with love, and the ability to forgive too, and the ability to love your neighbors. You know, get along with everyone. I'm a HOA president. I tell my neighbors all the time, be neighborly, goddamn it. Excuse me. You know, be a good neighbor. Look out for your neighbors. Um, you never know what's going on in a person's life, and so ask them how they're doing, if they're okay. Anything you could do for them, that kind of thing. And there's so much tension right now, and tension within the Black community, and the rising crime. We just have to treat each other better, show love. Yeah.
I like that, Taylor. Okay, we should.
I actually agree. I would prefer love, because that is the end all be all at the end of the day. And love is unconditional. It's pure. It's like how I was saying earlier, Mr. Charles, is like it is it is well, I guess kind of to go with that. Like a lot of what you said, I do agree with. Because if you truly love someone, you're not going to try and hurt them, manipulate them, try and lead them wrong. You will keep them on the right path, or call them out if you see them not going down the right path. That's love, and I would say yes. I choose love.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Tia Marie, do you choose love or loyalty? There's only one. One answer.
I
Can't do both.
choose peace.
Nope. Sorry. And you know what? I'm gonna give her a hard time all the way until your birthday. I don't know why. I think this is in the cards. I'm gonna give
Because
you a hard time.
my horoscope told me about you.
Did it?
My
I'm gonna put
horoscope.
you in the shape. Look,
All right, first of all, everybody, if you don't have game on, Susan Miller, get up on game.
what is it?
Susan Miller on your horoscope. Get up on
Man, me and
game.
Susan Miller, we do not. She don't do nothing for me.
Everybody says that. She does everything for me.
I
She
try.
has
I
not
put
been
you on.
wrong. She has not been wrong yet.
So me and
Um,
Susan, she don't like me. She don't like me.
what's in your aura? What do you
So I
attract
listen to
to?
another lady. She helps me a lot. But Susan
Okay.
Miller, she had me depressed. So yeah, because everything was like negative. And Susan Miller is the astrologer. Would that be correct?
Astrology.
Astrologer. So I'm into astrology as well,
Yeah.
Charles. And she gives these monthly forecasts. But for me, I don't have no hope. And she's been right, probably because I'm look at me. I'm every time I'm single. So maybe I need to listen to her. Look, maybe I need to listen.
She has not led me wrong yet, but actually down to the day of when things are going to happen. It's kind of funny,
Oh,
but,
yeah, I
but
try.
I was looking at the story that was told to me years ago from a pastor who told me, he said, "Do you believe in horoscopes?" I was like, I mean, I don't know about believe. I mean, I think they're relevant. And so then he told me about a story that he did. He said, "I gave everybody a piece of paper when they walked into the building. And I told him, go sit down with the piece of paper, but don't open it yet." So then he says, "I want everybody here to open up the piece of paper and to read it." He says, "Okay, then fold it back up." He says, "If you think that the horoscope that I gave you, that the statement that I gave, I don't think he told them it's a horoscope, that the statement that I gave you was like it was meaningful. You think I gave it directly to you. You know, it was a message that you think I hand wrote just for you. Raise your hand. Everybody in the congregation, raise your hand like, oh, Pastor, this message was a message to me today." And he says, "I'll hand the paper to your neighbor." He said, "That same message, everybody in the church had the
Everybody
same
had the
message."
same doggone message.
That's funny.
And so that's how he thought about horoscopes. It will
Uh,
apply to you because you believe that it applies to you. And
right.
so, in that vein, I say, I don't know. Then I also believe that in, manifestation of things in your space. And then I also remember the episode, the first Matrix, when Neo is actually in the kitchen, and all of my geek heads will understand this. You won't understand it, but my geek heads will understand. It's a very powerful moment in the movie. And Neo comes into the room of what I think they just call her mother, and she's like the mother of
Oracle.
civilization.
Oracle. I love
Eventually they call her Oracle, but they just only refer to her. If you recall, everyone else refers to her as the Oracle, but she refers to herself as just mother. And so anyway, they get into the room, and he's there, and he goes and she says, "Don't worry about the vase." And he goes, "What vase?" And so then he knocks the vase over. And she says, "See, I told you, don't worry about the vase." So she predicted that he would do it, but did it fall because she predicted it, brought his attention to it, and caused him to do it? Or was it going to happen anyway? We won't ever know, but sometimes that's what horoscopes are, right? They're a prediction of what the life is. And maybe you're concentrated on that day, and that's what they help you do, to be more aware of who you are, what your space is, and what you mean to do and your purpose. So, you asked me a question earlier. I don't ever have short answers. So, I won't choose loyalty because I remember being asked this from a young, special child named Andrew, who never I could ever stump. Andrew read 10 books a day easily. He was on the spectrum, I think, of autism, but quite brilliant. He would read books like The Human Anatomy. He would read books about history, and he'd read them in a day, 10 at a time. And
Hmm.
nobody in this space that got to interact with Andrew, because he was only like 11 years old, could ever find the question. I mean, if whatever question he had another question behind it, and another question behind it. And on this one particular day, he asked me, "Would you?" do you value loyalty or it was another one? He said, I'm forgetting what the other one was. He said, because people, usually value loyalty. And I said, okay, Andrew, here's one for you. What would you call all of the Nazi soldiers who followed Hitler? He said, well, they probably think of betrayal was the other word. And he said, but a lot of them were, loyal to Hitler. And I said, okay, and would you consider that, would that be something you value as good? And I said, or would you have valued it more if they had betrayed Hitler and went against what he said? And I said, in that case, betrayal would be a more valuable trait. So I guess I look at it as love and loyalty in terms of manipulation. I guess that's what Charles was saying. Love is also a really tricky one. I
That's
do
not
value.
no.
I value love. I do value love.
Love or loyalty.
I
No.
value. I value love.
What do
Is what
you prefer?
I value love.
Drilling down on you.
I
I'm drilling down.
value love
See, I think
over loyalty.
loyalty,
You
yeah,
don't
I
get.
think
You
loyalty is a
don't get
subset of
both.
love too.
The love or loyalty.
I value love.
Okay. So that's what you. That's your final answer.
I
You
have a
got me.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Ra, I said, which one do you choose?
Loyalty.
May I ask why?
Because love is conditional.
Not supposed to be though. So is
It is.
loyalty.
Right. Yeah.
True
Oh,
So,
love is unconditional.
yeah.
but loyalty is also conditional.
It is. I'll take loyalty. I'm committed.
You see, I think loyalty is a subset of love.
All
I
right.
agree.
I
I
think
I
it
agree.
can
love
be.
I
I
you.
feel
think
like
it
if you
can be.
I
love, you
know
get
that, but we gotta
loyalty.
do either or. We can't. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We gotta do
I think
either
it can be.
or. And the only
But
reason why
I
I
am
do
curious
this,
about loyalty because how does loyalty show up for you? Maybe that's what will help me understand why you chose loyalty.
well, that's it's subjective to everybody, right? But for
Mhm.
me, I would say I don't even equate family because you're gonna love your family, you're gonna love your kids. But we're talking about like a mate, like other people outside our family. I'd rather have loyalty. I'd rather have that person loyal to me because either if
But how
they
does loyalty show up for you though?
whether
How are
they're
they
mad
expressing it?
because love is conditional. So if I'm in a relationship and that person is mad at me and they love me versus being loyal to me, 9 out of 10 it's not going to work. But if I'm committed to you, I'm loyal to you. Whether I'm mad at you, whether I love you, because relationships go ups and down. You can love the person, you know how relationships go. But I'm loyal to what we put together because
So
love is
loyalty shows up for you is you are committed to
commitment.
our
I'm
cause. But
dedicated.
love does not show up like that for you.
No, because love is it's conditional.
No,
Not family,
no, but
not
see,
for
the
my
thing is, I don't think you've been getting. I think the love you describe isn't love. If it has had conditions on it,
It
none
don't
of it
matter.
has been love.
It's not up
None of
for
it.
it's not up for
None of
debate
it. Has,
because
well, I'm just saying,
everybody
none of it has been love though, because that's not the way
experience is
love works.
different. Like you know what I'm saying. Like I know people. I know what love is. Yeah, I got a kid, so I know that unconditional love. I've been loved by my parents. I have that love for my family. Like I got that. But outsiders, I'll take loyalty. Keep your love because you can love me. It's okay. I mean, it's cool. I'll take your.
And you can have both too.
Well, I think I
But
think
I'll
I
take
think
the
you're
loyalty.
calling something that
I'll take
isn't
that
love.
permanently.
All
The only
Love is
love that is
subjective.
actual love.
I do it because I love you. I beat you because
No,
I
no, no.
love you.
That's not. But
I
that's
beat
what
you
I'm
because
saying.
I love you. I've heard that before too.
Those
I
things
beat you
have
'cause
not been love.
I've
I
been
think
saying
they have masqueraded as love. I would agree with you on
I'll
that.
take
Can
loyalty.
I
But
say
even
something?
loyalty
Yes,
masquerades
ma'am.
as love.
Yeah.
I was
Loyalty.
gonna. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Mm-mm.
sweetheart.
I was gonna say. I think because you were saying like love or loyalty in a mate, and I think where a lot of people go wrong is they're looking for those characteristics in their mate before they even looking for that in God, and that's where you find love and loyalty first. You find out with God, because God don't come with any
Amen.
conditions. God is loyal to you to
But
the
what if
end.
you don't
It's you
believe
that
in
is unwavering.
what if you don't
I
believe in
believe, I believe you may not believe in God, but I believe we are all spiritual, and you have something that is your moving force that keeps you going every day and wakes you up and or gets you out of the bed to want to conquer the day. You have something that you believe in, and you'll be surprised how many people get real, start talking to God, say they don't believe God, but when
they be like,
times is
please,
tough,
Lord Jesus,
See,
right?
yeah,
that's what
you'll
I be
be
saying one more
surprised.
time. Who are you talking to?
You'll be surprised how many people will say,
Who
please,
are
God,
you
just give me
talking
this
to?
one more chance. If you could
I ain't
just,
gonna never drink no more.
yeah. So we
Who
all
are you
have
saying to?
something. We all have something that keeps us going, whether it's God, whether it's the universe, whatever it is for you.
Mhm.
But like I said, I think we're looking for those characteristics in someone else before we looking at it, like either in ourselves. Like sometimes we always go outside before we internalize. We look inside first. You have to go inward first before you can start looking outward, because you know how to love yourself. You know how to show yourself love and how to treat yourself and care for yourself, and you're loyal to yourself. And sometimes you got to get on yourself, like, hey, why you ain't take care of X, Y, and Z? Or hey, you said you love yourself, but you ain't been going to the gym, or you not eating right. So you gotta check yourself first before you can start trying to look outside of you.
Whose daughter is
I
that
thought you was
again?
gonna say check yourself before you wreck yourself. I'm trying to
Whose
find
daughter is
my
that?
um
Taylor, we
my
need to get you on Twitter Spaces. Stop
oh
That was
playing.
very good. That's very good, Taylor.
Thank you,
Whose
thank
daughter are you again?
she's my
The
daughter.
most, the Most High, the Most High. Okay,
you. My name is
daughter, daughter,
Taylor,
daughter
and
of the
I'm
Most
Kim
High,
Marie's daughter.
daughter of the Most High. But no,
So
and I would agree with Taylor saying that, but I also agree with you, Aset. I think so. So Taylor understands some other fundamental things. So thank you, Taylor. That gosh,
yeah, that
all
was
that change
beautiful.
helped. But I understand what you're saying too, right? I said, but I think
Over here struggle streaming.
for someone else who might be listening, as you often say at the audience, um, I think loyalty, as we understand it out in the world, and loyalty as you understand it, would probably I would have some more questions and want some more context because when I
Can't have
hear loyalty over
any
love, the love.
mm-mm.
I'm sorry.
Can't have no more context. This
Oh
is
yeah,
it.
that's fine. That's fine.
It's all you
I'm just naming. I'm just naming. I'm not saying I will get it because I need it.
you ain't getting
I'm
no more
just,
context.
I'm just naming it for me, which is the love. As I hear you describe love as an option or loyalty,
I'm struggle
the
streaming.
love that I think we all understand that you meant was not a love that isn't
Oh, that
unconditional.
works. But I don't. I'm sorry, y'all, because I can't get. Look, that's right. I'm struggle streaming over here. Right?
So we have gunshots.
Yeah.
That's what we have
But
right now. We have gunshots.
target
That's that
shooting.
But
loyalty on you.
anyway,
Okay, look, I'm struggle
but I
streaming.
will say it has been a pleasure. I think we are going to wrap down. Oh, someone else just. Oh hey, this is Can I say her name? It's her cousin. It's your cousin. It's your niece. No, it's your cousin. She's our Michigan State girl.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, thank you so much for watching.
Morgan,
No, yeah, I said I can say the name because I don't know if they want us to say their name, but just subscribe. So thank you. First of all, I love you all. I think that this is always a fun space to chop it up, as my big brother says. And I think these conversations need to keep happening. I find this to be conversation acrobats.
I rebuked this whole string. I rebuked it.
Rebuke,
I
Okay.
reviewed it.
rebuke it. Why do you rebuke
I
it?
was trying to talk about love, and y'all done got all off into this other
Okay,
stuff.
But
you
you
got
don't
you got
believe
five.
in
You got.
love. You
I was
believe in
trying to get a date,
loyalty.
Taylor. Now we all up.
You don't believe in love. You believe in loyalty. So no, we cannot talk about
See,
love.
that's
From
how
the
y'all
moms
think.
and babes, okay?
Just because I pose a question don't mean that is
But you don't want, you want
Yeah.
love, but you're not getting love.
And Tara didn't even hear my. Can we do this over again on Friday, please?
Okay, this is what I will say. Take your 5 minutes, do your love thing. Let's hear
It's
it.
too
Everybody else
late
be
now.
quiet.
I'm all out the mood now. My instant then
You
went
got
out.
yourself out of the
It's all
mood.
burned out.
But you got yourself out of the
Now
mood.
it's time to go to bed. I got.
So I will say something, okay? This is what I will say. She's a
I'm up
lady
to
who
life.
is
So so
what
this
I
is
will
the month of love, and Valentine's Day month,
Oh, that's
and
what it is. I forgot about that
yeah,
part.
yeah,
and I
and
had a Secret Santa in
uh,
February.
yeah, and brothers and sisters, or people in general, they're looking for that love mate,
I'm
or
gonna do speed
to
dating.
to
I'm gonna do
to
speed dating.
receive love in a different kind of variety, different kind of way. It may not be with a mate; it could be something else that they like, or
Okay, so
something
I
else
want
that
to.
yeah.
I want them. Yeah, I'm clear.
But but
I don't want no
but
pet. I don't want no flowers. I don't want no plants.
but you want a man who
I
loves you, right?
want.
You want LOVE. I got you. Uh,
I got
and,
family.
and
I got
really,
friends.
really, all women,
Hobbies.
all black women deserve that.
Black
And
men
uh,
too.
say that again.
And black men do too.
Oh yes, I agree with that too. And we need to show. We need to, I think, work on and do a better job of showing each other love. We under so much stress and
Yes,
tension. And
attention.
yeah, and some division, differences in politics, and um, um, we do need to come together as a people because we have one enemy, that's racism, and we just got to do a better job of loving ourselves collectively, and hopefully that loyalty of being true to that one soulmate uh, would come through. So it's just something you got to work on every day. And you got to know your mate too, and they gotta and you got to share things, put everything out on the table, and discuss things.
Ooh, then you're gonna need a
Always,
big table.
yeah, always communicate.
I'm
Communicate.
not airing out my dirty laundry. I think I
Ah,
said that last night too.
but
It
That's
but
ain't
gonna
with your
take a
soulmate,
big table. I can start seeing all kind of stuff coming up in our
you
house.
gonna know the new me, Charles. You ain't gonna know the old me now. You
ah,
gonna know the new me.
No, you're getting a whole
You're
new
not about
version.
to know that.
yeah, okay, the fly raw Aset, okay.
You're gonna have to get a whole new version. Well, I
You
just
know
want to
what?
say thank you to my co-host.
Don't pay me
Um,
no attention, Charles. I
I
like
want to
having
say
fun.
thank you to my guests, which were my lovely, wonderful daughter, who actually always impresses me with
Every
her
time she get on,
wisdom,
every time.
with her
Taylor, you
perspective.
amaze
Because I
me.
yes,
Yeah.
I think you all probably
Thank
think
you.
like I know
Thank
my daughter is awesome, but to see that her rearing has produced a young person who is still seeking knowledge, still open to learning, as well as building new bricks on the learning that she already has, on the education she already has, does make me very, very proud. And I probably don't say that enough publicly because I kind of keep my kids pretty private, just for protection's sake. So I hope they know why. But I do appreciate where her perspective comes from. And we do have a lot of these talks to understand each other and to seek to understand. And so I love her dearly and very proud of her. So thank you, daughter, for coming on and representing. And we don't always agree, so
Love you too, Mama.
Oh, listen.
I want a daughter.
you
No,
have
you
many
don't.
daughters.
No,
You have
you
many.
don't.
I
No, you
really
don't.
don't. Y'all something else.
That's gonna require a lot of
Yeah, that's
love.
cap. Look, Taylor, that was cap.
You said that was cat.
That was cap.
You do have a lot of daughters. You have a lot of daughters. It's good. And then I said, thank you very much.
Oh,
I
it's
will definitely say it is double
me.
Dutch. This is double Dutch work.
Oh, wait,
This is
maybe it should
double
be the
Dutch
name of
work.
our show, Double Dutching, because I be. Thank you for having me, because you know I'm all over the place, so I appreciate you doing that, right?
I am glad that you were candid and forthcoming and willing to
Without you,
share
it's no me, baby.
your experience. I know. What does our good friend Toby Towns will say? We
I'm
are
still learning.
because I am because we are, and I'm still learning. I do want to say thank you to Charles, who blessed me with a blessing box, for Valentine's Day. Was it Valentine's Day or my birthday? Maybe both. I
Valentine.
don't know. Oh, Valentine's
Oh,
Day. So thank you very much. I
Shake
appreciate
that thing on it.
hold on.
What? What? Okay, we need to make sure that we get a rating on these. We have to do these in post production,
Yeah,
pre-production, and we have to
that
decide
was
which.
fun.
All he said
I actually
was,
thought that was you for a minute.
Shake that thing on it. Shake
Real
that
quick, can I say something?
Go right ahead, daughter. Thank you very much.
So, I don't know. Have y'all been seeing the comments? We've been getting some
Oh,
comments in the
let me,
comment
no, where?
section. It
let me
looks as if though someone chose loyalty. So, Rye say you're not the only one.
Yeah.
let's see who else chose loyalty.
Because I don't see any comments.
I cannot see from my end. I figured y'all could see it from y'all end because
Let me
y'all
see.
I would
Let me
love to
see.
know
like
what's
back
going
office.
on. I am going with
Let me see.
loyalty. I'm going. You know what? Well, I'll talk about this on a later date, but yeah, I'm going with loyalty.
I don't
Because
choose.
I'm cynical.
Well, I just wanted to put that out there. It was actually your sister, Mom.
Oh, my
Your
sister.
sister
Okay.
said she put loyalty. So it's
Okay.
interesting. It's
I'm with
interesting to
you,
see.
So my question is, okay, then, if you have the loyalty, why? I want to know. I want to hear the why.
because I like. I don't even met my friend David before. He always says this. He says, I just want to know. As long as I know that you got my back, I know that you're loyal. I can do anything. No,
But
like
that's
that
but love
loyalty.
is supposed to be show. But love is supposed to show up that way. So
Okay.
why isn't he getting that in love?
Love doesn't always show up like that because we are emotional beings. So I may if I'm mad at you for whatever reason, let's just say I'm married and he cheat on me.
But you're describing love again.
No,
What
because I'm
other
not
love?
if
Because all the other stuff.
you love you,
If I'm cheating on you, if I'm not loyal to you, if I'm not showing
that's
you
my
love,
point. I'd rather have
I don't love you.
it's
I'm
plenty
something else, but I'm not loving
Charles.
you.
The men that's in your cul-de-sac that you're talking about, they probably love their wife, but they still
No, they
cheating.
don't.
So what they do love their wife, they have a very perverted view of love. I think.
I love
Uh,
But that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. None of that is love.
They
No.
love sex. They love
I
cheating.
don't want
They
people
they
to.
love
love
the sex, right? Yeah.
I don't want
like
people to
I
start
want to be.
imitating
I
that
want you to be
behavior.
loyal and committed to our goal. That's
Taylor
it.
Taylor
You know.
speaking.
Yes, Taylor.
So I'm speaking for my
I like
people in the comments because y'all neglecting them.
We
So I'm
don't see the
speaking for my
comments
You
there.
people.
don't see the
So
comments. They're gonna have to either come on
She might
YouTube.
have blocked them. She might have blocked them or something. But
Tell
I'm
them.
gonna say so you wanted to know a reasoning of why someone chose loyalty over love. So the comment was um when someone is loyal, they already love you unconditionally. So as y'all were talking and as I got this message, it just made me think, are they really the same thing at the end of the day? Like we try to
It kind of
divide
is.
them.
It
We try
is.
to divide them, but they're really the same thing because we say if you have love, then you'll get loyalty, or if you have loyalty, then you get love. We
Yeah.
both we saying the same thing.
It is.
Good
Well,
It
question.
is.
that's why I'm trying to
It
say
is. But I'm not
you
trying to.
aren't
Y'all
getting
thinking
love.
too much. It's Friday night. Okay, y'all thinking too
This
much.
is where how my brain works. This
That's
is
how
Let
my
why
it
this is
brain
my
works.
relax it.
jam. This is my
Relax it.
jam. I
So we're
like
I'm
gonna
the
we're
gonna
gonna
come
loyalty
on
keep
that
Tyler.
value.
Taylor,
Sunday.
you
I'm
can
gonna
stay
be
on the
there,
line.
Taylor.
You can stay on the
I'm
line,
not there right
Taylor.
now, Taylor.
Because you're right, Taylor. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's the
You don't.
same thing, but we're
They're
not
not
going there.
separate. We are going there. I'm the
But
host of this
no,
here
we're
show.
not.
I'm the
No.
host of this here show.
I called and
And
asked
what?
you. What I asked you, I said, "Do you want me to go to freestyle?" Look, I called you and asked
Wait
you
a
because I
minute.
already
Can
do.
can I make
I
one statement?
I got mission. I called you and asked you.
Go
Are we
ahead.
going?
Can I make
Yes.
there's a downside to both loyalty and love, and you saw that play out with those young white boys down in Charlottesville with clean cut carrying tiki torches. They
Oh,
love to hate people. And they're loyal to hating people.
Charles, can
So
you?
It's this is you could flip
Let
this
me explain
out of way
this.
you look at it. Yeah,
Love, human love, the love that is supposed to be. Now, y'all talking about how love is all the other things, and I agree with you. But when those things are happening, I don't call those love, and that's maybe the difference. Love has one definition, and it has one application. All those other things are not love. They aren't loyalty. If you see someone cheating on their wife, they are not no longer loving their wife and they are no longer loyal to their wife. If you see someone that is stealing, they no longer love what they're supposed to love and they are willing to take from their neighbor. They're coveting what their neighbor has. So for me, I don't use a word that doesn't actually describe word love to this. When those fractions happen, when those breaks happen, it's what that is. It's not love. Because that's why
right,
people walk around thinking, well, if I have 5 babies with her, as long as I feed the babies, I love them. No, you
I
stop
love
loving
my
her and
kids.
yourself.
hmm
You stop loving her and your children because not only can you not provide for yourself, you can't provide for them.
hmm
So I want us, so that's all I'm trying to make the distinction of. Love is one thing and one application. All those
right,
other things that are happening are people distorting love, destroying love,
hmm
manipulating and misusing love, using love in the wrong space. Yes, ma'am. Is that your speaking
yeah,
I
stick?
need to
I
find
just
something.
hope I just hope you use the speaking
mhm.
stick
I
for
need
us.
something.
I
Somebody.
just hope you use the speaking stick for everybody else. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I know Charles wanted to say something too. I can wait,
Yeah.
Charles.
I,
You want
I,
to say?
I agree with everything you said, Tia Marie. I grew up in the church, and I just remember the pastor always saying, "And the greatest of these is love." And so, uh, love. Jesus, he loved the prostitute. He loved the person who was drunk. Uh, he loved everyone because
What
he
happened?
forgave everyone. And so love it can be a pretty strong word, a pretty strong thing, and it's probably something you have to work on and do every day. It's probably not easy to love people, but
Nope.
yeah,
If it was, we'd all
Love
be doing. If it was, we'd all be doing it.
yeah,
love is a choice. That is a choice. It's a choice that you make every day. And I'm speaking on the partner level and also just out in the world level.
Well, God
If
says
you
it's
are
supposed
with a partner, every day you are choosing to love them. Every day. It's a choice. So when you're in a marriage, it's a choice to wake up and say, you know what? No matter what, I love you. So that means you're going to go to the ends of the earth to do whatever you got to do to make sure that that person that you're with is okay, taken care of. They know you will do some like you'll do whatever it takes because you love that person.
I agree, and that's what every couple should have. Mutual respect for each other, loyalty for each other, and love for each other. Yep. And
I'm gonna.
some people marriages last a long time. Yeah.
Well, that's what I see. The people whose marriages last the longest are people who are willing to see that mess over there and this mess over here, and how are we gonna bring our mess together and work on our mess together. Nobody has a falsehood of like perfection or a falsehood of it's always gonna be great. So that like that's all I'm trying to get the young man the other night to understand. You could do that first 2 years and you could think you know whatever you think you need to know. But to simplify it into that first 2 years while you're taking advantage of them, being in a relationship, living with them, and then you decide in 2 years maybe that's not what you want, that is not the construction of what a marriage is supposed to be. The
Right.
construction of marriage is to say, you know what, I'm over here and I can wait. I'm over here and I can say that there's stuff that we got to work on together. And I'm willing to go through that process because you are the person I choose is worth it. You are the person that I choose that whatever the ebbs and the flows are, I choose to do this with you. Um, and that is what love shows up. Love is all of those really kind things, but love is also being in the wake, being in the storm, and saying, "You're my person." in the storm, in the worst of it. You found me at my worst. Because, like you mentioned, we're found in that way a lot of times. And we are deserving of love, even at our worst, we're deserving of love. And so it shouldn't be conditional. Those things that are changing in the world, there's a scripture that says, be in the world and not of the world. Be like that tree along the side of the water that has roots deeply rooted. No matter how bad the water that comes through, it does not take your tree down. Be that in love, a constant. And you'll find that if you love other people that way, you will most definitely get the same thing back from anyone that's around you and comes into your orbit.
I disagree, but okay.
Comment. I got another comment.
Well, that would explain being single. No,
I got another comment.
Because people be lying. They be like, oh, I love you and Constant. Go ahead, Taylor.
absolutely. They absolutely. And that is not love. That's
Love
a
you and
lie.
Constant.
That's a lie. That's not love. It's a lie.
Taylor.
So the comment says, people can love anything, but they can't be loyal to everything. Like an Xbox.
Who's this talking?
I can. I'm sorry.
Who's that? Who's coming from this?
You know who it is.
Our auntie, our cousin.
Yes, I don't know if she wants her name disclosed.
I got it.
But she knows who she
Okay.
is.
Mhm.
So she was saying, but you cannot be loyal to everything. Like an Xbox, I can love to play it, but I can't give or get loyalty from it. So
Tell her
basically,
So we're doing inanimate objects. So love, but
No.
again, the love. So we can't do inanimate objects.
hold on. She might have been. Hold on. She might have meant to put relationship.
Can I say, I'm gonna say this while you're looking, Taylor. As you guys were explaining about love and love and love, I never hear a man who's married, because I've been single for my whole life, right? Married men and all. I love my wife, but we don't, they give you an excuse why they can date you. I never heard anybody say, I'm loyal to my wife, so I want to have sex with you. I'm loyal to my partner, but I will undercut my partner to get some extra money. Like, you never hear that. You hear, I love this person, but loyalty, when you say I'm loyal to this person, but I want, it's a difference, because I can love my wife.
I agree they put a different
and still cheat on him.
Oh yeah.
I love my husband.
They say it all the time.
I'm giving you an example of a husband or a wife, because I'm gonna say a wife that cheats. I love my husband, but he can't get it up no more. It's different hearing I'm loyal to my husband. That's a whole different vibe. That's a whole different frequency. I'm not trying to get you to change your mind or anything at all.
No, but I know what you're calling it. What you're calling it is that people have prescribed or described a connotation to the word. That they hold the word that love is so bastardized. And how people get it, how they get it, what they mean when they say that they love.
I love crack.
They love inanimate objects. They love everything, right?
I love crack.
But again, all I want to go back to is, yes, they do all of that, and that is not love. They're calling them all those terrible things.
How many people are thinking like that? But when I say I'm loyal to crack, people gonna be like, you loyal to crack? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different frequency than saying I love my wife, but I'll have sex with different women. But still different saying I'm loyal to my wife. Then you know, you loyal. I know you're not loyal, because if you was loyal, you wouldn't be over here trying to get no poop on.
Right.
You'll be at home with your wife. But you love her all you want. I guess you do. You love your wife. You love your life. You love your children. You care for them. But it's a difference to being loyal. That's my point. So I'm not saying anybody, it was just a conversation. So I love that. And we do have someone, I'm gonna call her V, because I'm V too. We twins.
Okay, I see it now. She's on Facebook. Okay, now I'm getting it straight.
I don't know if you don't have to join if you don't want to, V. Yes. Let me know if you do or don't. But Facebook,
this is me, Yvonne.
I know who you are.
We just didn't know if you wanted your name on there.
She said don't say your name, so I'm saying B. So I didn't know.
I'm sorry, I ain't in hiding.
Oh
no, we just asked if they want permission before
your sister told me don't broadcast you.
and without your permission. Now we have your permission. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We hear
I'm just
you.
hide from the camera.
Oh, perfect.
I
Me too. I'm
did.
going incognito too. That's what I'm saying. That's how we
I
do.
think
Yes, I'm
that
incognito. Okay. So me and you loyal. We on loyalty,
I
right?
say loyalty, but I also say this, and this is where why I wanted to join the conversation, is because love and loyalty does look different to different people. Also, marriage looks different to different people. And what I am trying to teach my children is that it is about relationships with people, because we often give our kids one perspective of what things look like and what they're supposed to look like, instead of giving them different views of how things look like. For instance, I grew up and my mother and her husband were not PDA people. They did not give off public displays of affection. However, I never thought for a second that they didn't love each other. And my father's house was different, where even though him and my stepmother didn't give off public displays of affection, they ran their household differently. And I knew they loved each other. It was just a different way in which their relationship was set up as opposed to how my mother's was. And so I don't think we could definitely put a love or loyalty on relationships with people, because that is such a non-constant. And my relationship with Tia could be different than my relationship with Yvonne, as is my relationship with Mr. Charles. And so just base it off of a romantic relationship, I think is not, to use those two words is not a good
Well, I think
debate
she
of
centered us back. We were talking about all kinds of love, but what Aset said she meant specifically relationship of a partner love. So that's how we got to that. I don't know if you were at that part. What we were saying about love in general is that when those things, like I said, mom and dad, their love was love. If they had been disloyal, we wouldn't have said, oh, that's love that just isn't working. Disloyalty is not love. Loyalty in that relationship would be love. What I'm saying is that love in general, love for all people, and even though you may administer and apply love differently, love is still what it's supposed to be. Love is not, so all those other things that aren't what love is, they get to be what they are. They get to be applied the way they are. What I'm saying is that how I understand and how I believe love is supposed to be, meaning the description of love. I know that people misuse it. I know that people apply it differently. I know it shows up differently. And so I don't just mean it in a romantic sense. I think why Asset meant it in a romantic sense. But we were just, I think, speaking about love in general, that disloyalty or not having loyalty is not a reflection of love at all. And that love does include and should include loyalty and an unconditional sense about it. Now, when people get love that is conditional, I don't like when they call that love, because that is not the description that we understand love to be. I think people get it. I think they get conditional love, but that's not the way love should be administered. That's why people go, "Ooh, I don't want them now. If you love me, ooh, I can't say hate to see what happens if you hate me." Well, they actually are showing you maybe what they would do if they hate you, because that's not love. If you feel like there's some inadequacy, because love isn't inadequate. It's and that's why I said in the general sense, not in the couple sense. Now that has a whole other thing to it, because people do want certain, what is it, love languages. Like I still tell people, Taylor, that you said that your mom's love language is work. I love that. It's so true. But in general, love should look the same way in romantic relationships. Now, Do you do some other physical things? Yeah. But again, I call those physical things. I don't call those necessarily love or expressions of love per se. Because I wouldn't kiss you like I'd kiss, a mate. But I would still give you a kiss. You wouldn't want it. You wouldn't take it. You wouldn't take the hug. But I would still try to hug you and I still try to kiss you. And sometimes my sister now.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, but I said I would hug you and kiss you. You wouldn't take it, but I would do it.
No, I just find it hard to I guess when you're younger you have an idea of what it's supposed to look like. And as you get older, it breaks off into these other um sectors, in my
So do
opinion.
you think it's still love? If somebody is being disloyal to you, well, let me see if I'm trying to figure out how you're using it. Like, was it you that said, or was it another comment that said that you could love um, somebody? You could love playing your Xbox, but
Yeah,
be
you have
loyal
people that love
to.
money. You have people that love playing their Xbox, but those things
So
can't
see,
be
that's coveting.
can't be loyal to you. And when I think about loyalty, I think about gangs and relationships in terms of like mob. Like, I don't think it mattered if they loved you or not. They had to be loyal,
Mhm.
and through their loyalty to you in those groups was love. And so when I think
So can
about,
loyalty be wrong?
can it be wrong?
Hmm.
Can loyalty be wrong?
No.
I think you could be pretending. I mean, just like you could be pretend you love someone.
So I think that's where, okay, so that's what I'm saying. Does being loyal give you some additional protection that love doesn't? Because if you can also be wrong in, just like you can be
Yes.
wrong in the way you love,
Love is
and you can be
unconditional.
wrong. I'm
Don't
I
sorry.
mean, love is conditional. Love
when
is
you talk
conditional.
when
Okay, but can't you be wrong in loyalty? For example, Charles brought up
If
earlier,
I'm Hitler, yeah,
every single one of those people that climbed the Capitol with all of their hearts of hearts would tell you, I am loyal to this cause. I am loyal to this person. I am loyal to their beliefs. And I would be willing to die for them. And I see the vision and the goal. Can loyalty be wrong?
no, it was
not
right for
that
them people.
individual, and that's why I'm saying we
It
can't
was
just.
right for them.
It breaks off into different sectors based off of, I think, what level you are with that person. Because like I love my coworkers that I work with, love working with them, would do anything for them. But then I got another set of friends that I feel the same way about. And in that group, some people know you gonna take this hit. So I don't think
So,
that
so, so
it
loyalty
I don't think
provides
it's just
more
love
constant.
loyalty. You have to add some more things to it, because there's some things you can't get through love. You can't get through next month's winter bill just through love. Some people
The phrase "God so
I experienced
God
it.
so."
I, but if you was
So,
loyal,
get
you
committed,
you gonna go to work so that we can
and you
pay this
gonna get up
bill.
and make sure the bills paid.
Yes,
but okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. How come loyalty is so absolute, but love, y'all got all the other versions too?
Because
because
love is subjective.
love has been, as we have grown up, has been distorted, has been manipulated.
Loyalty hasn't.
I don't think loyalty if you could go across the
Yeah.
board with loyalty. I feel like you could go across the board with loyalty and ask anybody, and they will come up with the same things. They will not do the same thing when it comes to love, because love is almost like
It's
a debt.
conditional.
It's
So
a
then so then what you're saying then, if I can
like I
understand.
said, when you give love and you show love, you get that back. No, you don't. No, you don't.
When you do
That's
what? I'm sorry, say that again.
when you said when you give love and you show love, you get that back. No, you don't. That's why people get divorced.
Well, no, no, no. And so that's the other thing too. The one thing that love never promises is it in return. I said try to give it, and I did not say you absolutely get it. So let me clarify,
That's
and
the
I
problem. You
appreciate
can't
that.
try to loyal me.
No,
You
no,
can't
I
try to
appreciate
loyal
that.
me. You can
Yes, you
try
Right,
to
can
hurt
right,
because
me,
right.
people have misguided loyalties, and so that's
but
I'm just saying
we loyal to
that I don't believe that loyalty gives you more absolution than love. I think they're both subject to being
I
flawed.
disagree.
I think
Yeah.
love
I
is
agree with that.
I think love is an idea. I'm sorry.
I do
And
too.
so is loyalty.
Yeah, yeah, and loyalty has limits. Yeah, yeah. Today, Mike Pence went against Donald Trump for the very first time. Loyalty broken.
And
Almost like a
what do you think what took that to happen? Why do
But
you think
even with
this?
loyalty, when loyalty is broken, now that is an absolute. You know when that's broken. Love is a totally different.
You be
Love,
like, what just happened? We was just in love yesterday. I
yeah,
mean, everything was fine.
Well,
uh,
see,
Who got men
that's
who been with men didn't even know they pedophiles?
right, but that's betrayal. I mean,
But
somebody
I'm
else.
just
exactly. That's what
saying,
I'm
the
saying.
love you blinded by.
But you know when love is broken, and Charles just told you when love is broken, when
Oh,
love breaks just
really?
like loyalty. No,
No,
when love breaks just like loyalty, guess
nah,
what that is? A
I disagree with
betrayal.
that. I
You've been
Yeah,
disagree.
married for you know exactly when love is broken. But here's the thing about love.
No,
That's why I
you
go
know
back.
when loyalty is broken because
You know when
it was
love is
broken a long
broken.
time
I know.
before
you
you
know
didn't
when
come to that
loyalty.
conclusion.
Unfortunately, I
You
know
didn't
when
come
both
to that
of them.
conclusion right away. What did Bonnie say? She said Mike Pence for the first time broke his loyalty. We knew it right away. There was no confusion. There was
I
no
understand,
misunderstanding.
but
With
there's
Right.
no
love,
confusion
you
in love
kind of
either.
you're
It's
not
gonna
really
linger on.
sure. You kind
But see
of get
that,
it
but then,
two,
but
three more
that's what I go
times
back
out of
to.
it.
I believe that both are equally subjective to flaws and equally subjective to who and how they are being administered. While you all may see that there's more protection in loyalty, I see it as the same. The
I got a
same protection
question
that you
for
complain
you.
about in love or that you say doesn't exist in love, to me, I look at loyalty and say, you're right. It doesn't exist in love the way it should and neither would it exist properly in loyalty.
Right.
Because there are people who are loyal to white supremacy, for example. And oh, okay, if you can, I don't know. Um, if you can, I said I'm not sure. I just saw
Can
your
y'all
text.
hear me okay?
Um, yes, we
Yeah, I
can.
can hear you. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, yes, love the way it's administered, the way people come to it, the way they understand it, the way they define it, the way they actually show it to each other, completely flawed because we have allowed it to be flawed. But what I'm pointing out too is that loyalty is no more absolute. Loyalty is equally as flawed. You might know when it is broken and now it looks like betrayal. So there's no absolution. Someone loyal to you today can break that loyalty and betray you tomorrow the same way that in love, someone who you thought loved you could break that love and show up and not show you whatever love that you need to get. So I'm just saying, I don't know that one offers more protection from the other. I think they are definitely can stand on their own, but they're both, I think, subject to being challenged in many ways because guess what's at the root
I
of all of
start
it?
hearing love. I
What's at
start
the,
hearing
guess
about
what's at the root of it? Guess what's at the root of it? Human beings. Anything that we touch, it can be flawed. Anything we touch, anything we put our hands on, and we try to know from our understanding and administer the way we want to administer. That's why when Aset said, "You loved me yesterday. What happened? Now you with her." Well, guess what I would say? I don't think he ever loved you in the first place.
Right. Yeah.
Because if he
I
did,
agree. That's why I don't do love.
but is it just loyalty? Today I can be loyal to
Loyalty.
you,
You know what
and
that's
tomorrow because Miss Thang
you
walked
know what's
by,
loyal
I'll
gonna do to
find a way
me?
to be loyal
He
to
gonna be
her.
so invested in me loyally, he can't cheat because it's gonna hurt him in the long run. That's what loyalty is the difference.
Well,
Mm,
I do think
okay, well,
like
what
The
is Mike
more
Pence losing? What is
uh,
Mike Pence losing when he breaks his loyalty with Trump? So let's just take
because
it
we
out of
committed, we
relationship.
loyal to the goal. So that
one
means
Okay.
I'm sorry,
You
But
I
if
got
know
I
Mark.
break the
said something
Yeah,
goal,
too.
my kids won't see the same goal that Trump sees now.
Because Trump now probably don't have what he had before that will make Mike Pence loyal for whatever reason.
So
But
that's
he
a condition.
loyal for, oh,
So
it's that
loyalty has
everything's
conditions.
conditional. But with loyalty, you're going to get more benefits for yourself. So that
So
means
those are
Trump got
conditions
more
then.
benefit out of Pence. Pence got benefits out of Trump because they was loyal to and committed to the plan.
But it's no more. It's not
I
unconditional. It's
disagree.
more conditional. It's
You know
actually
how
more.
you know
You
how I
just
know
described it being
you
more
brought up white
conditional than
supremacy.
love.
You brought up white supremacy.
But you
You
just.
got white
Let me
people
go
who
back
on
real quick
the
before we
inside.
get far. You
and
just
you can
described this.
also you can also bring up the police, the thin blue line. You could bring up the
They
mafia.
loyal to the blue.
Right. You can bring up mafias,
Even
Tony
the good
Soprano.
cops.
Yeah, I
Perfect
mean,
example.
if you
They
cross
love,
Oh,
the
I'm not.
mafia,
Oh no,
you
I'm
can,
not saying it's
but
not
they
beneficial.
loyal to
I'm not
the.
saying what. I'm not saying that
yeah,
being loyal or being in love are not beneficial. What I'm
But what
saying is,
I'm saying this: you got good. How do I always say? You got good cops and bad cops. And my saying it must be more bad cops than good cops because nobody's saying anything. And they said, well, that's not true. Well, if you have more good cops and more good white people, they love the blue, but they loyal to it.
right.
They loyal to it. They might not even love the blue. They might hate racism. You got teachers say, well, I don't want racist kids, but if I love black people, I might get killed. So guess what they're going to do? They're going to be loyal to the code. They may not love the code. You got white people who might want to help black folks, but they can't because they know they're going to be called a nigger lover and they're going to be ostracized from the white community. They might not even love it, but guess what? They're loyal to it and they
Yeah,
will do nothing to replace it. That's the
right.
difference. He may not love me. He may let this. I don't care about it. But he's loyal and committed to making sure these bills paid, making sure we good. That's the difference. That's the whole. If you brought
Well,
up white supremacy, that's
yeah,
how it works. They don't
but
love it, but they
yeah,
loyal to it.
they loyal to it. But
And it's consequences. It's consequences to not
yeah,
being loyal.
right.
It's
And the consequences too
consequences to
of
Prince.
not having love
That's
too.
the
Yeah,
difference. You
yeah.
can love
There's
me
a
all day long.
yeah.
But
Keep
I
it
think people
real.
can. I think a person can go without love and
Yep.
live on loyalty
And live off
by
loyalty. Yep.
Mm.
Facts. They don't need that. I don't need your love. Keep your love. I got love for my mom and daddy. My kids love me. I don't need your love. Give me
keep
your
your love.
loyalty. Keep it.
Well, I'm sad that the love you've ever gotten did not show up like loyalty.
I'm
Because I
so sorry.
think that's what. And I'm sorry that the loyalty that you got didn't
It's
always
not
show
your
up
fault.
like love.
It's not your fault. It's the system.
And during this month of relationships, it's unfortunate that if people view this as loyalty having more benefits than love, uh, you would like for the both to work together.
But it
Uh,
just doesn't.
but
I'm
if
just wondering
it
what
doesn't,
happens when you don't have that.
It
When I
don't.
no longer,
How
the
should this
moment that it's no longer beneficial, it is no more protected than the fragileness of unconditional love.
say it again?
Unconditional love or conditional love, as you guys have said, is fragile. It's not, you can't trust it. It's not constant. It doesn't even mean what it's supposed to mean. And what I'm saying is when I hear loyalty, and loyalty has to have, the benefits have to be there. If we lose the sight of the goal, it's as fragile and subject to fragility as you all describe love. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
And loyalty has consequences.
Given the way that you all said, I wouldn't
Loyalty
choose
have
either.
consequences.
yeah, and loyalty can have a crash
Or
landing.
loss of loyalty,
I mean,
loss
it
of
can be,
loyalty,
yeah.
betrayal.
I
But so
mean,
is
it can,
betrayal in a
Love.
relationship.
yeah,
You
If
can get
I'm in
love.
a loving relationship and the person betrays me, I don't call the betrayal love anymore. I call it betrayal. If a person is loyal to me and they know and they break that
You're
loyalty, I
more
call that
likely to get
betrayal.
more long. You're more likely to get more run out of a loyalty, in my opinion.
well,
That's
it's the death
my
sentence after
the
you break.
depthness of it, I guess,
Yeah.
maybe.
So
Um,
you think that people are less likely to want to break a relationship built on loyalty than they would want to break a
In my
relationship
opinion. In
built
my
on love.
opinion. In my opinion. I can love you
What,
all day long. Yeah.
what does a fake loyal relationship look like?
Non
Someone who
actionable.
pretends to be loyal.
Non actionable. Non no tangibles, no nothing. Because love is just like this thing. Like everybody love definition of love is whatever. Loyal means we
You
have a
know, it's got
goal.
some it's got some definite things
Or
to it.
even like you got two
It's not a
crackheads.
whatever.
We got two crackheads or two drunks or two college students
Mhm.
or two nerdy kids, and then say they're committed and they loyal to that thing. But when once that person love had nothing to do with it, because love is
Oh,
this
yeah.
euphoria, endorphins, like it's interchangeable and it's conditional. But loyal has a whole
Yeah.
frequency
Yeah.
So
But
that
when
I
you but when you say it's
might be
conditional,
a little
you're
yeah.
higher.
actually
Now,
speaking.
if
Love
in
is
a
not
relationship,
conditional.
yeah.
It's not supposed to
If
be.
I'm in a
It
business
isn't.
with you, I don't gotta love you, but I'm loyal and
Right.
committed to
Right.
the contract. God
It's
damn
a
it.
business. Yeah.
Ain't
No,
got
it's
nothing to
two
do with
different
love.
things.
This
Listen,
contract, I'm loyal to you and I'm committed to this doggone contract. I don't love you. I don't even like you. But I'm
And
committed
that's
to this
that's true
doggone contract.
to the black sororities and the black fraternities, AKA and the alphas. Yeah, they're loyal to their sorority. They're loyal to their fraternity. But I think you would strive to have love and loyalty because to live with a person who's just a provider, like a robot. Uh, Make sure the food is on the table. I'm good. Make sure your car got gas. Make
You
sure the bill is
described
paid.
my
You know,
kid.
hey, we're good. We can go places. Yeah.
Say it again,
But
Bonnie.
said it. I said
I said
to
he describing my kids.
Take me here, take me there.
yeah.
I need to go.
But somewhere along the line, you want love to come into play
Of course.
to get that human. I mean, uh, you want to share your life with somebody. And yeah, you could do that and not be in love. And I see it here. And it, whatever it is, it works for them.
If you
And
together
and
50
you
years,
and
y'all.
you need one partner to, I guess, kind of accept that, you know. But but
She's
um
loyal to the game.
but if you in a relationship and doing for this love month, okay, uh
Oh, this
you
love,
you want you want both, and this topic is gonna love.
but I
You
can't have
want
both though. We can't have both, Charles. I'm
okay.
sorry.
I don't know.
Tonight,
You
just for tonight,
you
just for
you should
tonight,
you should strive.
just for tonight. You can't have both.
All right.
No
I would tell you.
no
I
pro,
would say
no.
I would say to you after after my relationship. Okay, I would say that when the love was lost, it was not recoverable, and it just went downhill.
For you or
And
for her.
right, and even if I still provided, even if
But, what's
I,
that, but did it go downhill for you or her or both?
it went for both.
At
And
the time, was
I
it at
yeah,
the
I
time?
had long hours. It was just kind of, you can fall in love or you can fall out of love. You can what I experienced. And we just, our careers took us separate routes and we just grew apart. Um, but I still make sure everything was paid for, bills were paid, cars had
Mhm.
gasoline in it, groceries, refrigerator full of food, uh, didn't help. And you got to have that love. And it's something you got to work on every day. Communication, communication every day.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go hard with you because it's Tia Marie show, so I'll be very nice and gentle with you, Charles. I
Okay.
appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that.
I can take it. I'm me.
No, I ain't gonna say nothing. Taylor or Bonnie, do you guys want to say anything?
I know just for tonight we choosing one side,
Yeah,
but
we
we
can't
do
do
need
both.
to have another
Oh,
conversation.
oh, another. Okay.
Another conversation on a later date because
Are you gonna
it,
cam
it
up?
I'm sorry.
Would you cam up?
Y'all trying to do this next Friday or something?
Yeah. Well, if not this Friday, not next Friday, then maybe the next Friday. Your mom has her schedule is so busy. Me trying to get to do her own show is hard.
We'll
So
figure something out. We'll
okay,
figure something out because we have good topics and good debates. I would
I wrote
say
some things down too. So some things I want
great.
to.
I keep to tell people I'll be on at midnight because I can never get on time. And
And we've been on Twitter too. So that's been another hot spot
yeah,
that
I
we've
might
been.
do a Twitter tonight.
I
Haven't
was
seen
thinking
a
about doing a Twitter. Yeah, that would be
Maybe
good.
we'll hop on. I'm gonna do like like I did the other night. I can do like
And
20 minutes.
I can stream the Twitter.
Y'all on Twitter more than me.
Oh, maybe we
Oh,
should do that. Maybe we'll go into
oh,
Twitter.
we hip. Taylor, you ain't know that?
Oh
We
yeah, Tyler, you better get with the
we
game.
Y'all
already
trying
in
to
social
get
media
hip.
street. Well,
Y'all
your
trying
mama
to get.
really not. I be
Y'all was talking about something about. I think they say I'm feeling a vibe. I'm
I
still
felt
getting a
that was
vibe.
me. Was that him? Was that a good?
It's the
It's so
vibe of me.
funny how y'all
I
how
said
you
I,
It's the
it,
vibe for me. It's the vibe for me.
I was feeling the vibe. Yeah. Did you hear my story, Taylor, about my dating? Bonnie, did you hear my dating experience? That was
yes,
old.
I heard
Well, I was gonna
that
ask
is
you,
No,
did
how
you
it
like
should be
call him?
done.
Did you call him?
It's I don't want to go on to the details, but there are good men out here that's willing to date us women and really court us
It's very true.
properly.
There
So
you
that
go.
was kind of my spiel on that because like we're the
The
good
woman
men.
touch me gotta have a net.
I don't even know this guy, so it was very nice and I appreciated that. So we can talk about it
The
on
part
our
the
show.
part that I love is that he gave you the option. He didn't pressure you. He
You
didn't
like that?
corner you. He wasn't all on, like he gave you the choice of, hey, I'm gonna take care of this, just being a gentleman. But here's my number.
Yes.
So if you do want to continue to date me or
Hear it
talk to
again.
me or see me again, here is the way to see me. So I actually truly believe that more men should take notes from him because
Now,
sometimes women don't want all
he's
that
older
pressure
too.
or
So you think that means he's older?
what was that?
He's older. You think that mean anything?
What, the fact that he's older?
Yeah, he's like. I mean, guessing he's definitely probably upper 50s, early 60s.
When you say mean anything, are you saying like the
I'm
maturity
asking you,
level?
right? Like for you as a 22-year-old young lady, would that be uncommon for a young person to do it, or would you would that just be across the board as men, like generally, like
Oh, like my day, like my generation,
yes,
like
you think
around my
somebody could
age.
do something like
There,
that?
it wouldn't be a regular thing. It would be like every blue moon.
Okay,
I'm not
but it would be like okay, I see what you're saying. Right? Okay,
it
cool.
because that's why I said I did appreciate the fact that he did leave the note behind. He took care of the bill for you, and then he left the note behind. Like, I'm interested, but I'm giving you the choice to decide if you're interested. That's what I said. I respected that because at my age, guys be like, "Oh, dang, you cute," da da da, trying to just talk to you and say all this stuff. And when you don't show interest, that's why I didn't like you anyway. I didn't want to talk to you. They say other stuff. I'm keeping it.
I'm sure they. Oh no.
They say
Oh,
other stuff, but it's like you put all that pressure on me. I might not even be interested in you. And then when I don't express interest back to you, oh, now I'm this, now I'm that. Now you didn't even want to pursue me, but it's like you were just calling me cute, fine. Let me get your number, all that stuff. So it's very different. But I'm not saying it's all guys at my age are like that.
I'm
Yeah,
with
I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm with you. No, I'm because I had good experience when I was young. I've heard horror stories, when I was younger, but I've had pretty much good experience with men. So, Bonnie, did you want to say anything before we close out? I mean, y'all can stay on.
Um,
I'm going to close out, but I mean, you guys can stay on if you want to.
no, I just think that we're in a state I think.
Somebody put
Your
scripture
phone,
in there.
your phone is breaking up a little bit, right?
Oh,
Ronnie in that dead zone.
I don't know why I'm right by the damn box,
Are
but
you? You right here in that little spot. I can never get no signal over there.
Oh, sister, by the way, thank you. I got my shirt. I meant to tell you I was wearing it today.
oh yeah, I brought that a long time ago. Anyway, um, it might be marked down.
Oh, and I
Anyway,
wore my
love
dress
it.
to
I
the
love
church.
it.
I wore my dress to the church I saw. I literally tried to take this dress off the mannequin, but I wore my dress last week and got a lot of compliments on it.
oh no, I just would hope that, and Taylor, I'm aware because I've talked to my own daughter about how to deal with young men who don't know how to deal with rejection.
Mm.
That's what that is. That's that
Mhm.
piece. In terms of the love and loyalty, I think that we just have one perspective of what that is. And all while I was growing up, the same thing that probably most other young people do. And I try to talk them out of it, but it's kind of inbred in us that by the time you turn this age, you should be doing this and you should be this successful and you should be doing this. And me and a friend of mine, we really have been like talking about things where back a few years ago, I thought success looked like this. And now I look at success totally different. And I don't measure it by a job title, or I don't measure it by the kind of car I have or how much money I have in the bank. And that's how I look at love. And is that, there are several definitions, in my opinion. I see a little Bible verse there, but there are several definitions of love, and I think that we have been taught that it looks like this, and if it doesn't look like this, then it's not love, and that's where I disagree with. And same thing when it comes to marriage, that marriage is supposed to look like this.
Oh no, absolutely not. That
I'm
that's
writing
what.
that down for a
But
topic.
didn't y'all just say all the ways that love didn't look like something? So then, so you know what it's not supposed to like, then what do y'all think it's supposed to look like?
I
Loyalty.
think
I'm not
that
saying
is
scripture.
for
So,
me.
Loyalty.
so
And
don't get me
love
wrong. No, no,
is
no. Let me preface it.
that
Let me
love
preface it.
what it is for that person and the other person that they're with, because it may not be my definition of what love. For instance,
How do you know when you're not getting love? That would be my question then.
well, with number one, I first start off with whatever I give out, I don't expect to get back the same way that I gave it out.
Exactly.
That's anything, that whether it's money, whether it's love, whether it's how I treat someone. I know that's what I would do because that's the kind of spirit that I have. I cannot expect you to give me back what I gave you. And I think that that's where it becomes misleading, is that when you, well, you cleared it up later, but where you're like, if you give love, you'll get love back, and if you do this, then people will be nice to you, and you.
Oh no, 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 no. I think I said on top of the show. I have a target on my back at all given times. I just don't operate in my life like that target exists. I'm not. I don't. Oh no, 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 no. What I'm saying is that the love that you keep in and around yourself and inside of yourself will hopefully have people. Like I know I have enemies, but they don't kick it at my kitchen table. You know, they know to stay clear away from me far enough to where I have to look for them to see where they are. Even though I know there's a target. So I hope I did not give that impression. I apologize if I did. What I meant was as you move about the world and you are giving love, you and yourself become love with whether you get it back or not. Most people won't because they don't understand what love should be. But I'm trying to understand if love is not these things, but everybody gets to do love the way they do love, then how do they recognize when they're not getting the love that they recognize they need the love as? Like y'all do have a base that y'all must be going by. If you know if you're not getting it, you know what I'm saying? Or like when you know you're not getting loyalty, you know what
I
that looks
go off
like?
how I'm treated. I'm sorry. That's it.
You said you go by how you're treated.
How people treat you.
Um,
I mean,
Maybe it's
because at the end of the day, I mean, there are people who love a lot of things, but they may not love you. So it could be, I go off of how I'm treated.
And that's the way it should be. You want to treat people the way you want to be treated, and everybody can't do that. Everybody don't have the time to do that.
that's
Some people have a good way of uh, compartmentalizing issues where they can do two, three, four, five different things and may not give enough time.
that would be me, Charles.
Yeah, yeah. And so what I found in my relationship was the time spent. Well, the lack of time spent is
So you
what
needed
can
more
break
time.
our relationship. Yeah. And you gotta spend time. You gotta
Yeah, I don't want the leftover you.
say it again.
I
Yeah,
said
I know.
the leftover you. I don't want you giving your all to everybody else, and then
Right. And
Oh,
and and actually I
okay.
was accused of that. I spent all day at the
Oh,
government, come home and spend all time with the community. And she said, "Oh, I wish I was out there in the community. I probably get treated better." I got all kind
oh,
of, but it goes both ways. Um, and it was, some things that my significant other did that I didn't like either, and that's probably where the loyalty thing came in. But when there's separation in a relationship, there's always the opportunity for someone to fill that space. So so you got to keep that in mind. And if you don't take the time to fill that space, somebody else will. So
thanks. Oh, where my
that's
gunshot at?
yeah.
so my wonderful daughters, who just must either get me or maybe they don't. I don't know. But I thought it was quite funny. Taylor will probably remember this. They called me and left a voice message, and I still have the voice message, by the way. And on the voice message, Cameron says, "Hey, mom, give me a call." And then they rumble in the background and they go, "No, no, no. Say you're like a person in the community." So Cameron goes, "I'm a woman in the community who desperately needs your help. I have 5 kids and can't feed them. And we need some help in the community. We're experiencing racism." She called me right away. Here's my number. Call me right away.
I do remember
You
that.
remember that?
It
I
was
do.
so funny. But true and funny, but that also meant that my children
Oh, that's pretty good.
are part of. Because, I have people ask, so one of my friends was texting me, he's like, "You have to have self care. You can't fight racism all the time." And I'm like, when are you not fighting racism? Oh my God, I want to know that life. When are you not fighting it? When? How is it?
Obviously, not on this doggone podcast because I was trying not to talk about it.
Okay, but I, when is it like so, what's his name Kenya Barris from Blackish had a show called Black AF, and every episode he was like the first episode because of racism, and then the second one no because of slavery, and he said the next episode yes still because of slavery, then like the third episode
Wasn't he
that's
married
right,
to a white woman?
huh.
Wasn't he married to a white woman in Blackest? Yeah.
No, he was married to what's her name? Quincy Jones's mixed daughter. Because his actual wife, her real name is Rainbow, and she is really mixed. So the whole show about mixed is about his wife, but they are divorcing now, actually. And all the shows are probably about to be canceled because he won't be doing them anymore because he's got to pay alimony. But I say all I like to say is that, but no, the woman who actually played his wife is Quincy Jones's mixed daughter,
Hmm.
who identifies as black. But yeah. But anyway, he just says it like, yes, every episode, every time you come back, no matter what we're doing, it's about racism. That's all I'm saying.
All these black, strong black men leaders fighting for the community got all these mixed wives.
Yeah, that is a problem. And
They
see
don't
that
want
contributes.
us. They don't
That,
want us.
Bonnie,
yeah.
they don't want to hear that part.
They don't
No.
want us.
They
Um,
don't want to hear that. They want to hear they good, and we talked about that earlier. How the black men are not showing up in terms of the marriage rate. They say they want to be married, but the numbers don't show it. So somebody saying,
Black
Cap,
women.
they don't like black women. They don't even like black women.
now I
Mm-mm.
wouldn't say I would. So I heard you say that once before. I'm not sure where you got that from. These might be immigrants who are saying this, but I think the majority of black men, the brothers I see on HBCU campuses, uh, and in the neighborhood here, uh, no, they love their black women, and I know there's a tendency, a trend for wealthy black men, whether it be in professional sports or in industry in corporate America, uh, to tend to have a white model on their arms. But for whatever reason, they find acceptance in that, or they seeking to assimilate, still
Or
assimilate.
mixed.
But but here in the DMV, we got 3 black HBCU, and before you go down Virginia Union, the brothers they treat the women that they do date with respect and care. And Ross said you would find good eligible black men here in the DC area, that you found up there in Detroit. But uh, for those people, for the most part, who's saying they don't date black or they don't date darker skinned women or just that, they're not Americans. They're not ADOS, or they're not uh, 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 BFA. They're not from this country. Most brothers that I come in contact, and guys I go watch football games with, go to the bar, catch a basketball game, or play hoops with, they're mostly they love their black women.
I
And
would agree
so
with that.
uh
That's
I will say this. I used to be over our middle school and I took them on a trip once. And on the bus I just happened to be sitting in front of two young men. And they didn't know I was ear hustling to their conversation, but to their credit, they were saying that we high maintenance. Okay.
Our brothers were saying that.
Yeah, these young little seventh and eighth graders, and he was like, you know, they want you to get their nails done, they want you to get their hair done, they want you to get, give them money for this and give them money for that. And so me and my friends were just having a conversation about how we're raising our girls to be these little princesses, and that's not what the real world is, because people aren't raising their sons to be kings. So, you know, there's a disconnect there.
totally
yeah,
disconnect.
it is. Yeah. And I think society does that. Uh, Social media.
No, I'm going with baby boomers.
No, can't blame that. Can't blame that.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Charles. I gotta have some fun somewhere. Y'all not really letting me have any fun tonight, so I gotta put it somewhere. So,
but no, these young ladies are killing themselves from social media, from
I
what
heard
they
that
perceive
too.
to be as attractive. And yeah, yeah, sisters look bad when they got the hair froed out, they got the nails and toes done. Uh, but we're not asking them to be like a white model on a white
Okay.
magazine, you know, uh, and and sisters who work out in the gym look fine. Um, sisters that I see every day in the grocery store, bad as can be. Uh,
He's single and
so,
not married.
well, I'm just saying, I live in a
I
predominantly black
that
community, and I tell you, when I left Northern Virginia, predominantly white community, and came to Maryland to a predominantly black community, I said, damn, this is what I've been missing. you know, uh, it's a lot of beautiful black women around here in my community in Prince George's County. And if you go to Harlem, you go to Atlanta, you go to Oakland, California, Los Angeles, uh, Chicago, and then Detroit, unless it's gotten so gentrification that you don't see it anymore. And DC is getting gentrified, so there are lesser
They're
blacks in DC as there was before. But there are a lot of beautiful black women in Baltimore and here in Prince George's County, and I mean, they bad and they fine, and they don't have to really do too much of anything. Brothers like, uh, and they work at all different levels, and they take blue collar jobs as well.
married, but
So,
we're not
uh,
married. Y'all not marrying us because
yeah,
men choose marriage, women choose sex. You saying this, but the numbers are not there.
the numbers not there. Yeah, and the numbers don't lie either. You had the data on that. I can only say that some brothers probably are not as educated, and yeah, that is true. As black women. Uh, Black women got it going on. A lot of them got their own businesses. They know what they want, and
I'm
They they
look
say
at
that
what
black
happened
men are not competing.
look what happened to Janet Jackson.
They say black men don't
The
compete.
man cheated on her.
So, look, well, Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce.
Yes. So what is all the hair and the nails and the
It
ass
don't mean a
injection?
darn
It
thing.
don't mean nothing. And that's like
and
all
well,
the
yeah, those were. I would
Don't give
say,
me
I would
love,
say,
give me loyalty.
yeah,
That's my
those were
hope.
broken. Yeah, those were. But first of all, it wasn't based off of love, and it wasn't even based off of loyalty. Those were broken relationships,
Says
and
who? But we can't say that because what if they really had I mean, because we're not in there. I'm not even gonna say that because we can't. We're not in there. I've been in a relationship that I thought that we can make it work.
well,
All we gotta do was make it work. Like it wasn't that hard. All you gotta
yeah.
do was get it right the first time. But the loyalty and the dedication and the commitment was not there to make it happen.
hmm So we come from a culture of religion, of Christianity, and and it has to be a solid foundation. Uh,
I
for
ain't met no Christian man yet. I don't y'all. I ain't met no Christian black man yet. Y'all say y'all Christians and y'all go through. I don't know one yet.
Well, okay, probably today. I know when I was growing up, most
I'm
black people went to church,
Yeah, but
and
today ain't nobody Christian.
and- well,
And anybody
I,
following, they might go to church, but they still don't follow it because they cheating, they sneaking, they doing all this.
no, I don't doubt that some of the worst people are at church. you know, I- you
That's
know,
so we didn't even really bring Christianity in it to
but,
me because that's just like
but, I,
a
but I will
escapism.
say this much: you still, from a religious point of view, there still should be a a mutual and solid foundation of
Take
religion
none of
of
it.
and wait a minute, hold on, and of some sort of guidance, counseling from the pastor before you get married.
I don't
Um,
have a pastor, so now what? Who do I go to?
you go to a marriage counselor. There's several different kind of counselors you can go to. We went to marriage counseling. It didn't help us, but I mean, the result
Did it
was we
help
still
you
got a
individually?
divorce.
Did it help you individually?
Yeah, because she was surprised at the way she took the marriage. I was a little surprised. I know that I allowed too much space in my marriage, and I know that um,
That's real talk, Charles. That's
yeah,
Don't give me no space, Charles. I'll be down the block for
but
real.
no.
You out
Here's
the
another
back.
thing. Here's
Totally.
another thing. Here
I
in the
will be
DC
down
area,
the block. Okay.
but here in the DC area, you get caught up in these government jobs, and these jobs just push you right up the chain, and you get even more caught up and more engaged, and you just get caught up in being in the environment, in the excitement, in the rat race, so much where I fell asleep behind the wheel. I got caught up so much trying to keep up with everything, and you even at home within the community, you get caught up with being the go-to person for community issues and stuff like that. I have police department, I have politicians calling in, people, store owners next door at the mall, wanted to open up a new store, something like that, and I have to get the neighborhood together to be there. I asked the store to hire our people, our kids, give them jobs, that kind of thing. So I got way too involved, and I let too much time and space get there where I couldn't devote that attention to my significant other. And I was counseled not to do that. I went to counseling. Uh, you know, you have to, you know, your relationship has to be reciprocal. And if anything, communication and time, good, valuable time that you spend with that person, uh, you have to, because if you don't take the other person seriously, you don't fill their space with, good time spent with your significant other, it's not going to last. It's going to break up.
That's so true.
Yeah. And mine's broke up. Just every year was getting worse and worse. And,
That
and, and look, and my
that has,
daughter even recognized it. Said,
that
"Daddy,
has to be a
yeah,
decision.
you
That
know,
has to be a commitment. And see, those are words that I can relate to. Love, forget that. Commitment, that's a decision that you made to turn it to you, that you would have to make to turn things around. Because at this age, I'm sorry to keep saying I wish we could have, I wish we could. Why we couldn't just do it?
right, yeah." And you're right. And it was so easy for me to tell my boss, tell my colleagues, "No, no, not time for you to go home because mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. It's
Right.
time to get me at home." You know, and I chose to do something else. And uh, as a result, she filled that time and space with something else.
I
Yeah,
appreciate your candor on that because it's so true. And that was going to be my topic, T. Marie, on what um what I would do differently in a relationship. And Charles, you really laid it out. I appreciate that a lot because it's true, right? So,
yeah,
and I'm with you, Bonnie. Why we couldn't do it? Because somebody didn't want to.
Right. That was a choice made.
Yeah.
Um, I
yeah.
just watched. Well, not just watched, but I watched this movie, and it just sticks in my head what it was. It was the movie T I tried to get you to watch called Undoing on HBO Max, and it was
Did you watch it with
Donald
what's
Sutherland and Nicole Kidman.
yes, I watched it. I watched it.
Okay, so do you remember the part where, I mean, the father had tons of money. Of course, she grew up around money, so that wasn't an issue because they had money. But she was more upset about her marriage failing because of what she saw from her parents.
But then she but
And
then
her
when he told
parents,
her what she was seeing
okay,
wasn't
can I tell the story?
oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I thought we were dialoguing. Sorry.
So part of it was she was like, the father says, she was like, you and mom, you were always bringing her flowers and jewelry and, every day and doing this and that. And she said, you had the perfect marriage. And he was like, no, we didn't. He said, I would bring her that stuff because I was cheating on her. And that was the only way for me to get back into the house. She never wore that shit. She never liked the flowers.
Yeah.
Do you see how just that one perspective of things can make you feel like you're a failure in your own marriage because of what you saw your parents doing? And he broke it down to her like, no, we never said anything to you like we were having issues, but that was my way of getting back in after I messed up.
Yeah. And that does happen. Yeah, I remember growing up as a kid in Arlington way back in the 60s. And my dad, he stayed out late with the guys, with the fellas. They come back in the house at about 4 in the morning. Well, about 2 weeks later, my mother went out with the girls and she got back at him. She stayed out till about 4 in the morning. And dad was so worried. And
Mhm.
when she came in the house, dad said to mom, "Where'd you go? What'd you do?" She said, "That's none of your business." But I had a good time, you know.
Right.
So he never stayed out late again. That was the way they
Just so
conducted themselves back in the 60s. Yeah.
how we get our perspectives off of other people's relationships, and it's not that you gotta cultivate your own with the person you're with. That's why I'm
Yeah.
not going off of a general love statement. Like,
Well, yeah. Uh, that's true. And you would like for couples to work it out, to make it work. And both couples, whatever the issues are, uh, have to make a, you said it before, commitment to work on this marriage. Uh,
yes, it's a work and work. It takes a lot of work. I mean,
right.
just when you talk about working with coworkers, I mean, god damn, it be taking a lot. Like it,
Yes.
hey, Jesus, Jehovah,
Yep.
Buddha, Gandhi, him, all them people for me not to go
Yeah.
bonk on some of my coworkers. But
Yeah.
that's because I'm working on myself. And I
Mhm.
have to say, you know what? Is that's not even that important. That person might be going through whatever they're going through. But in terms of relationship, that takes a lot of work. And I don't think that nowadays love just ain't enough.
No, and you know what? And it wasn't enough from the very beginning. I remember our counseling session. We went to counseling at our church for a year. And he brought up every conceivable thing because he had been divorced, our pastor. And so he was cautioning us on this, on that. And he said, "You're going to have your up and downs, but you got to be there for each other." And the other thing I noticed throughout our marriage is that our daughter, we only had one daughter, noticed everything.
Mhm.
And she would talk to me, she would talk to Diane, my ex, and it was children don't forget anything. Children don't miss anything, and they see everything that's going on,
Mhm.
and they see when we argue, they see when things aren't going well, they see when one person is disappointed, uh, and children would like for uh, a two-parent house to be, just fine, everybody's getting along. But in reality, it doesn't turn out like that all the time. And you have some ups and downs, and uh, life comes into play,
Yeah.
and and people, both sides make, decisions. Sometimes not too good decisions, poor decisions, and that have real consequences.
Right.
And yeah, so I learned my lesson. you know, don't get so caught up. Uh, no matter how exciting the job might be, uh, if you can't share that, with your significant other, or some kind of way include them in the process, which is kind of difficult for a lot of jobs. But uh,
But
they,
that's
they
the thing. Like you have people who are all caught up in the church
yeah,
that your spouse may not be that religious or whatever. We've been watching this movie called The War Room. That's the only reason I've been bringing that up. But um, it's just it's about, in my opinion, period relationships.
mhm,
How do you relate with other people? Because we're just now introducing that there are freaking toxic people in relationships. There's fucking people that's gaslighting people. There's
yeah,
narcissism. There's
yep,
mental, like you gotta throw all that in when you
yeah,
talk about their relationships to me.
right. And the relationship should be healthy once you establish the relationship. And again, it's comes to communication. You set the grounds, and you set your boundaries, and you talk every day uh, on what you're doing. I think a lot of misunderstandings comes when there's that lack of talk and lack of communication. And if you could close the gap on that, and if you have kids, definitely be in your kids' life. Um, it's a lot that our youth today have to, and that's why I say they shouldn't beat up on the older generations either. They need to The youth today need to also listen to their elders and parents, take some notes, and they can learn and then move on to what they're working on today in this new environment, and they can adapt to new things here. They get their information different from the way we used to read the newspaper or listen to the radio. Kids now, everything is on their phone, and uh, and you got different kind of apps for this and that, and they got different kind of what you call it, private channels that you can communicate on now too. That can be encrypted.
Or
Um,
trying to
so
flip somebody.
yeah, so it's
Whatever.
just they're in a definitely different environment than what we is, that's why I'm so proud of my nephew out in Oakland, California. He when he teaches, he goes where they live in the hood, and he teach in that kind of environment, and he tries to go to their level of understanding. And with today's kids, they're definitely getting more information than what we had, but there's still some basic principles that about for people who are educators, who teach in the schools, and who are leaders in their community, who are pastors in the church. There's still some basic fundamentals that all families should have and instill in their kids, and and it can't be so hip that you can't talk to your parents or listen to your
But
grandparents. Yeah.
problem is that, well, there are two. In my opinion, there's two problems with that. One is a lot of parents who had kids young, and so you're trying to be their friend. That's one. That's one of the issues that, as an educator, I found that there's no difference in talking to you than to Jim. Okay, so
Mhm.
that's very hard to find. My best educational years as an educator was when I worked for 5 years at the Wayne County Juvenile Detention Facility, where these
Mhm.
kids were not around their parents, and that's where you saw the the difference. Even though they were in a lockdown type of situation, you weren't sending them, you didn't work with them for 8 hours, send them back home to dysfunction for them to
Mhm.
come back, and you have to reprogram them all over again.
Right.
It's that
That's yeah.
we we don't remember that as teenagers or as young people, our generation, your generation expressed themselves a certain way that your parents didn't like. We expressed ourselves in a certain way that our parents didn't like. And these kids are expressing themselves in their way, and a lot of the adults don't like it. And so they beat up on them, question them, and do all. And I'm saying, we all went through something like that. You know, one generation it was you couldn't dance this close to somebody, or you could only listen to gospel music. You couldn't listen to, a
Mhm.
type of music. But people judge these kids because of their hair or because of their uh um oh God, I forgot what I was about to say. I did have a couple margaritas. I'm sorry. Uh, they
That's
judge
Things like tattoos and all that
on
stuff.
tattoos and lashes. Well, we did what we wanted to do. I mean, I remember people dressing up like Boy George and Madonna.
oh
Okay,
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Uh-huh.
so
I
when
know when Daddy was like, "What do you mean talk about like a virgin?
yeah, so, you
So you better be a virgin."
know, these kids are, and even
I don't think people forget though about it. I think we do. I think we remember and we forget. So to your point, yes. But I think too, like I had to tell Taylor and Cameron, I'm as their mom. It is a thin line, and I had to learn a lot of that. But my other siblings helped me to understand that's a thin line. There's so much protection because you don't treat them the way you treat them because you don't know what they could get involved in. You treat them the way that you treat them because you do know what you did and you do remember how it goes. And
no,
so I
no,
think they do remember. They
I'm
just
talking about how people treat these kids.
well, some of that's white supremacy though. I got to go back to
No,
racism.
I'm talking about our own people. I worked in Detroit for over 18 years, and our own people, I used to have to tell our own people, stop doing that. You're ruining their self esteem.
But that's what I'm saying. They do it because,
That's
like
not,
for example, hair color. Oh, you can't have your hair a different color. Now that's what everybody is doing anyway. And as soon as white folks started doing it, hair color became a thing. Remember we used to dye our hair with Kool-Aid back in the day, but that wasn't acceptable. Saying that you're gay, you couldn't even talk about it. Now it's acceptable. So I think people are wanting to be part of the societal norms and don't see that you are actually debilitating that child from being expressive. Um, or telling them, like I remember when Cameron was little, and I don't know if she would mind if I tell this story, but Cameron was little, and she was like, "Mommy, why did God make me a girl? I want to be a boy." And she went through her whole phase of like, um, uh, all of her costumes for Halloween were different, Avengers and the Incredible Hulk and Batman and Spider Man. She wanted her bedroom to be Spider Man. And I remember people like, you can't let her do that because she's gonna turn out to be gay one day. And I'm like, she's like 4, man. Like I'm not even figuring out what her adulthood is. If she likes Spider Man today, let her like Spider Man today. If she likes to dress the certain way, like Cameron would never like wearing a dress. She hated it. But society was like, girls wear dresses. And I'm like, no, that's how it works. If she's not rocking dresses, that's fine. Let her do what she's supposed to do. Even to the point where when Taylor had said, Mom, when Cameron did ask to wear a dress, it was a very expensive dress. Taylor said, Mom, if Cameron is asking to wear a dress, you better let her wear it. I don't care how much it costs. Because we couldn't get Cameron into a dress. So the thing was, is like, I think they do, but we are all going to societal norms. Aset had a dad or uncle who the other day was talking to his nephew and said, like, if you go to your job, you can't go with your beard and all of that at the job. Well, beards are coming in, so he's kind of disconnected. But what I think he was trying to say was, here's a society where you are still subject to the environment, and because we don't own everything yet, we don't run these things. So your beard, if you have a beard instead of being clean cut, he knows that society wise you're going to have something that's going to hamper your existence and your. Now, that's not perfection. That's not to say that they're going to treat him any better if he don't have a beard. But I think the uncle was just trying to tell him, like, yeah, you can go with a beard and down here, your hair like however, and all of that. Just know you might not get that job. And I think that's what is actually in their mind, even though it's ill placed, they don't really understand that. Like Raasa was saying, hey, why don't then you knowing that encourage him to go start his own business? don't go apply to, the U of M college or whatever. You go to build your own business, and this is how we're going to help you do that. This is what that looks like. Then you're never going to worry about how you're dressed, what you're dressed like, or anything. I'm saying both sides are true. I think our parents did it, and older people do it to young people because they go, like we say, oh, you have a baby. If you have a baby as a teen, most people say, oh my God, your life is ruined. Well, no, it's not. We see a lot of women who have young kids and their life is fine and they figure their life out or whatever needs to happen. And some don't. But this automatic negative connotation because they had a child, again, are you also a bad parent? Because that's what makes it bad for the child is your bad parenting. And any parent can do that at any age. So I think what you're saying is both. Is both and. Um,
You know, here in Prince George's County, we're really having a crisis with our youth in terms of love and respect for each other, uh, to the point where it's like every kid is trying to outdo the other kid to videotape something and then post it. Whether it be girls beating up girls or boys beating up boys, or whether they are smash robbing and breaking into a store, 7-Eleven, stealing everything. And somehow or another, the fame from posting these reckless videos on social media has gotten way out of control. So when you look at trying to
TikTok famous. I'm trying to get TikTok famous. I'm going to be TikTok
Well,
famous. No, I'm just kidding.
I
but
think also,
trying to reach these kids, yeah.
if there's a show, there's a documentary. I don't know, Netflix, one of those. I don't know because I got all of them. But it talked about social media and how it completely did a 180 on what they wanted to do. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the convenience and a way to move the world forward and connect to people. All
Mhm.
it's done is cause things like that to happen.
Right. And for
And getting the algorithms and, and all of these I mean, they are hardwired now into you. I was just
yes.
talking to my friend on the phone, and he was telling me he had gotten his girl an Alexa video or something, and my
Mhm.
Alexa immediately heard it and said whatever she said. And I
Wow.
was like, "Oh my god, we weren't even talking that loud." And so it has. I see it, and I believe that our generation or this younger generation is somebody got to win and somebody got to lose.
Yeah.
I think they
And
just
and
want to be famous more than anything because famous looks like the attention that they don't have or don't get or that they are part of something.
right. And for every good thing that technology has is a bad side to it. And so on social media, there's a it seems like it's more bad people or negative people than there are good
And it has
people.
no filter. Everything else in your life, think about it. You filter everything. You filter what you watch on television. You can switch to another channel. You filter where you go because you can go here or not go there. You
Hmm.
filter everything. Social media, where you have no,
Well,
I mean, everybody's on there. Nobody is not allowed to be on there.
they have monetized social media, and so because of that, whenever you attach money to something, there are no rules anymore.
Hmm.
Mhm. That's
Yeah.
true. But
And it's
guys, guess what?
still, there is some pushback to the and what they're and you just look at it today. And I said it in my head, and I know what's going to happen. Mark Zuckerberg just lost billions of dollars.
Wow.
He has lost millions of I don't call them customers, but users. And again, this movie tells you that there are only two types. of people who are called users, drug addicts, and people that are on social media. So I just want to keep that
Yeah.
okay. That
That's true.
those are the two users. But
Mm.
you know who he's losing to?
No, who's that?
TikTok.
TikTok. Oh wow.
Okay,
TikTok. Okay.
taking over. And so in my head, I'm already thinking, oh, he about to do something. Oh, something big is gonna happen because he never
Uh,
TikTok take him back. And so that's how we are right now in our society. Somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. It is
yeah.
not kumbaya. Everybody come together. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. And so with him losing right now to TikTok, trust
Yeah.
it's about to come out.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, um, this is a capitalist society, and capitalism uh, means somebody has to win and somebody has to lose, and we make people rich.
Definition of a society.
Yeah, and and I just think it's just gotten people have become so addictive to it of the immediacy, the immediate result from social media that they like you said earlier, the algorithm, you just kind of hooked on it, you know. And I'm not sure. Well, I'm hoping that the young kids today come through on this, can get their hands around it, get control of it, and learn how to live with it, and make more sense out of it. Uh, so it won't be so controlling in people's lives. Um, but I
And they
guess
probably
nowadays, if you don't,
have
you
that as
don't have,
regulation because
yeah,
we don't have the ability to see self-governing only works if there's self-governing on the side that's perpetuating the use of it. And they
mm,
don't have any regulation.
mm,
So they know the algorithm of our brains, they know what triggers it, they know every aspect of it. They've studied it and spent millions of dollars. And the casualties that come from it are expendable. Actually, it makes it so bad. Like everybody was trending the young lady, the Miss America, but like by her even being the number one thing people are trending about that isn't about, like hey, her issue is bad. Twitter and all those groups are making money off of people trending about the thing that they're trending about.
hmm,
And so, without the regulation that's required
right,
or the other infrastructure where we build up who our kids are, so that when they see that stuff, they're like, I'm not as deeply affected by it. I know everybody gets affected by it, but they're not
mm,
as deeply affected by it. Is the only thing I think we can do right now to
That's who
combat it.
parents are in competition with now.
Hmm. What they say?
And
Do you know how much they spent last year? $17 billion using under 18 people to advertise products on social media. $17 billion last year, just
mm,
last year, to pay kids because there's no
yeah,
regulation that says how
mm,
much you can. And they advertise to the influencers who then advertise to the public, and
right,
they're monetizing child labor essentially
mm,
because there's no regulation on how many TikToks you can do, how much content you can put out, all of what the content should be, who you should advertise it to. Because they
yeah,
found we were trying to get your kids to buy cereal on Saturday morning by showing them cartoons. But how about we do one better and we get your kids to sell to the other kids that they sit next to watching cartoons?
wow.
$17 billion industry.
Yeah, but you know that's not American money. You know that, right? That's all going to China.
Don't
China.
nobody care if it's
Oh,
American or not. So that's the other thing that people confuse it. The only people who say the words allegiance, liberty, patriotism are older white, well, older but primarily white Americans and mostly male.
mm,
Young people don't equate that TikTok is from another country because they equate it from a global standpoint, I think. And so I do agree with you. It is filling the pockets of what we call our enemy when we talk about
oh yeah,
sanctions on China.
yeah,
But Young people are not making that distinction at all.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't even click like
No.
that for them. They're like, first of all, TikTok, as far as they're concerned, is right here. It's right here.
Yeah.
I got it. TikTok is right here. TikTok is not in China. TikTok is right here. It's in my room. It's in my house. It's in my
Yeah.
hand. It's in my car. It's at my school. TikTok is right here.
Yep.
Did y'all
Um,
see TikTok though? I will say this, where she said I was supposed to go pray, but I didn't pray, and she goes tick tock, tick tock. I think I said it's about family. It was kind
yeah.
of funny.
And it's funny too because the social media culture. I was listening to the Pentagon briefing yesterday, and the Pentagon spokesman, when he was talking about that raid they did, he said, "Well, I don't know the TikTok on that." But throughout his briefing, he kept saying, "I don't have the TikTok on that." What he meant, I don't have the notes on that, you know, or the information on that. And it's just, yeah, social media is just influencing everything.
Yeah, it's just going to college. Like I
Yeah,
don't. When I was teaching, it's like, listen, I don't have to do all that to be a millionaire. I don't have to finish high school.
right.
I have to
You
go.
certainly don't have to do it now.
Yeah.
The janitor can be the teacher now.
Yeah. And I don't believe Steve Jobs graduated from college either. I think he started Apple without a college degree
Mhm.
in his garage.
But now
Yeah,
they're like, you can be a brand ambassador, you can be a TikTok influencer, a Facebook influencer, or an Instagram. So
yeah,
there's not much as long as you have content and you can be on there basically 24/7 with content, then
right.
you can get a check.
Yeah.
Jalen has a friend right now who she is famous. She was able, her parents, she was able to buy her parents a house.
That's what I'm saying. Everything about this whole structure is changing, and either so I call it future proofing your children and future proofing your life
Mhm.
by finding what that is. So everybody keeps complaining that here in Michigan 350,000 people are still out of work. And they're like, what's going on? We cut off their checks. How come they don't want to work? And it is not that they don't want to work. They may not be making W 2 work, but they are getting their bills paid. And it's because they're finding global areas for that work to happen. They are
Mhm.
finding that they can get content and make a check. They don't have to worry about the schedules that the school or the jobs have. They don't have to worry about transportation if they don't have it. So all those barriers that used to keep people from getting a job or getting, good pay in a job, they don't exist anymore. Everybody keeps talking about all the teachers being gone. How come there's a teacher shortage? Because teachers have found other jobs. You know what the teachers here are doing? There's a group of Novi teachers, I'm trying to see, but there's a group of teachers who are creating these teaching pods where they get paid upwards of $100 an hour to do a teaching pod per child.
Mhm.
So the whole idea that teaching only can exist in a building with a school and a principal and a superintendent, no, the teachers are making the rules. There is no superintendent. I'm the captain now, and they're
I
teaching.
know.
Kids and parents are paying them.
Yeah, and COVID kind of helped that too. Everybody's going remote, and virtual learning is here to stay. Yeah, I know you love it.
Never go. I hope I never, ever go back because
Yeah,
I realize like it's the stress way down low.
yeah. No traffic
Like
jam.
for some people, and it depends on what your lifestyle is, because I know
Yeah.
some people need the interaction, but for me, oh my gosh, it's been great. It's been great.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
anyway, guys, it is getting late. It is already 1 a.m. I
Ah,
am so thoroughly happy that we did this because I did not even expect to be on this one. I think we said 1 hour, and I think we have gone almost 4 hours. Oh my gosh.
ah.
Oh, we're gonna have to do a lot of editing. Um, I want to thank all the people who did view. I know I don't even know if there's anybody viewing right now. I think there's somebody on YouTube, but um, thank you all for viewing. If you would like to catch me again, I'll be doing Plain Politics on Saturday morning. I'm not going to give a time because we're probably going to be late, but I shoot for 9 a.m. And then on where we talk about politics and how to be engaged and how to follow some of the policies and the different seats that are available. So it's mostly informational, and it's usually just for sure 1 hour, because I have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. And then on Sunday, we will have Speak On It Sunday, where the topics again are a little more out there. I try to do informational as well, but you can come on and, make comments. I am so grateful for my sister coming on, because if y'all know, my sister, I don't even think you go on stuff like this, man.
Hey.
So thank you for coming on and sharing your perspective and thoughts and experiences. Always fun. Mr. Charles, thank you for joining us. I'm going to put you in the top fan category, because you've joined us on different spaces,
Yeah.
literally. So I thank you for joining us and helping us have a male perspective, which is not
Okay.
often in these spaces. So we always want to make sure we create space for
Okay.
that. Thank you, Taylor, who was here with us earlier. She did have to step off because it is 1 o'clock in the morning. I want to thank Aset for joining me and helping to produce
He's
this.
still on here. Did he leave?
She's still on here. She just had to dip out. She about had to eat. She first of all, to talk about the hardest working producer in the business, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, this part is the easy part because all I have to do is come on and talk. But all the other stuff that she does to make this show happen, I am very grateful, especially the marketing. I am up. So we had a goal of 100 subscribers by my birthday, which is coming up. So by the end of February, we need 100 subscribers before I start spilling the beans. And so since last week, we went from 23 subscribers to 37 subscribers, guys. So I'm really, really happy. This slow climb is like really weird, but I'm happy for it. But I thank all of you for joining us. If you have any thoughts or comments or share, you want to come on another show, please let me know. I'd love to have you. I will give my guests the closing thoughts. Charles, I'll let you go first, and I'll let Vanetta go next.
Y'all niggas get on here, y'all be talking cold cash shit. Like somebody won't pull up
Okay.
on
Yes.
Asset, you're not muted.
Yes. Hmm?
You are not muted. Hot
Yeah. That,
mic,
I
hot
know.
mic.
I know. I was cutting it down. I was coming over.
Okay. Charles, did you have anything that you would like to say before we wrap
no,
up?
I thought this was a good discussion on love, during the month of love, and hopefully everyone can find a relationship that they can get mutual beneficial love and loyalty and satisfaction out. That's all I have to say.
Thank
Thank you
you so
very much.
much, Charles. You have a wonderful evening. Thank you. And join us again.
All
And
right, will
Vanetta, did
do.
you have any
Okay. Thank
final
you.
thoughts?
Get that money. Sorry.
You said, get that money. That's your final thought. Get that money. Speaking of money, please make sure that when you do subscribe, you also look in the chat for the Cash App. And thank you all for those of you who have contributed to the channel. It does help us to provide this content and to get it out there and have our guests and all the wonderful things that we have coming up, which are some trainings coming up. Tomorrow I am doing the training at 10 o'clock for students on Show Me Nutrition with the Michigan State Extension Program. And then starting in March, we will have coming up, we have a DEI program coming up on February 8th next week. You'll see it on my Facebook. So check me out on Facebook, and maybe I'll also put it on Twitter. And end of the month, by March, we will be doing our Saturday school in a partnership with Wayne State. So please look forward for some of those things. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to have you. Reach out to
That's
me.
virtual, or is it all you got to go to the building?
The Show Me Nutrition or the
Oh,
Saturday school? Show Me Nutrition is for kindergarten through fifth grade, and it is online. Just right now, we're doing kindergarten through second grade at 10 to 10:30, and then 10:30 to 11, we're doing third grade. Then in mid March, we will start fourth and fifth grade. Then right after that series, we will have sixth through eighth and ninth through 10th. I mean, ninth through 12th later on in the summer. Right now, Vibe Credit Union is helping us. We're in the lead in our category for our hero category. Feed the Need is currently the hero category for the Vibe Credit Union, where you can go on and actually vote every day on all of their social media platforms, and we need you to share it on all the platforms. I'm so proud that we are in the top part of that category. So thank you to my community and the folks who are supporting Feeding Me. I want us to win. We actually win money to help with the program. So please vote as often as you can and share it with your friends. It's on Facebook and it's on the Feed the Need website. So check it out. I am your forever humble and grateful host, Tia Marie. I love you guys. I'm going to let Aset close us out. Thank you and good night. Go ahead.
Oh, if I get to close it out, I'm going to close it out. I was just listening to the young people. I was just, they got me riled up, okay? Because their energy is electric, is high. I mean, for real. And I love it because you got another old person that came on and then told these young people. I mean, it's like you can't. Another oldie but goodie then came on and tried to respectfully
Well,
to.
I'll try to help those folks. I don't know how old an oldie
And I said
is,
that to them
but
the
I
other
will. I don't know how old an oldie is, but if an oldie is
me,
somebody that's in my age, I
38
have
and
no
up,
problem telling us.
35 and up, you know,
Yes, I
35
have
and
no
up.
problem saying,
These
"Hey,
things
folks,"
chill out.
or just stay off their page. Wait till they come to you. I would actually recommend that they stay off their page. Wait till they come to you if you don't know what to say. Just stay off their pages.
You know what the young fella asked her? He said, okay, the name of the space is called The Code is the Leader.
Oh yeah.
She's on here talking about whatever. And he said, do you know what the code is? I don't know what the code is. He said, do you know who Neely Fuller Jr. is? Tears started coming down my. These are the young people referencing Neely Fuller and Dr. Wilson. The code is the leader because they realize you can't have a Malcolm X anymore. You can't have a Dr. King anymore because they killed those leaders. So now they understand that the code is the leader. You can't kill the code because you're loyal to the code. What the code is: don't kill one another, don't steal from one another, don't squabble one another, don't gossip about one. It's nearly so she don't even grab this chick can't even grasp that. He said, you can be whatever you want to be. We all black. We can work together. We can do this together. Just because if I'm a Christian or a Muslim or don't mean we can't work together. But she's still, well, you gotta claim this. We still on this high horse.
Well, I would say she is because she's crazy.
Are you
But
going? Oh,
we should
the
be able
guys
to be
come now
reasonable.
next. The
I would
guys
say
come
she
next.
is having a hard time. I don't.
Men
I'm
too.
not going to say that there are people that aren't that way. Yes,
Oh, it's all
God
50.
bless them. They should stay off of the channel. I would say
I'm
that
excited to know that young
no.
men know what Neely Fuller and talking about the code. They're talking about creating a code where we're not. They don't even want to argue with these people. They're trying to speak
That's what
civil
I'm
with
saying. They shouldn't. They should just go.
and they're
Thank you, ladies.
understanding. I'm loving it. I'm so excited.
Mhm,
I'm so excited. I'm so proud of them. Like I said, I'm so proud of the FBA young brothers. They stepping
mhm.
up. They showing
They are.
class.
They
They're
are.
they're they're separating themselves from the trash that you see on TV. They saying that's not us. We're here. We're building the code.
Mhm.
I'm excited. So I'm very excited, y'all. I do have to
Yeah.
go, though. I do have to actually leave the
I,
actual
I
building.
am I am excited as well. I feel like they're doing some things that we need to be doing.
I'm
But thank
excited.
you. I
It's a
appreciate it.
pleasure. Thanks everybody for watching. Yes, I'm excited. Everybody, thank you for watching.
37 subscribers. Thank you very much.
The
37
subscribers
subscribers.
that yes, I mean, like you didn't pushed up on your Kendrick Soul with Tia Marie. Please
Yeah.
subscribe. We really do appreciate everything because you don't really
39. Woo-hoo-hoo.
realize what people take the time out to actually hit that subscribe button, that means a lot because you have to go in, click that subscribe button, and subscribe. I know you appreciate it. I appreciate being on your platform and giving me the opportunity to say what I need to say because I'm excited. So thank you. I'm like your little sister. I'm like that bratty sister. Thank you. I appreciate it. You let me have my way. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. I'm hoping that by next week, we're going to try to have another 10 subscribers. So please like and subscribe. So you
Yes, we're here
know,
roughly 8-ish on Friday. 8-ish.
8-ish is, and like the ish is the most important
8-ish.
part. And I
But
want to wish everybody a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Be safe. Find a way to show love to each other because apparently it's lacking. Thank you. Signing out, your humble host, Tia Marie.
peace.